Hello and welcome in to Seguin, Texas, as we're all set for the opening weekend of SCAC baseball between McMurry and Texas Lutheran University. Hello, everybody. I'm Cole Isaacson, joined alongside Colton Martinez. And Colton, should be a great game between two SCAC opponents, one of which went to the Super Regional last season.
Yeah, first conference game for both teams today, so seems like it's going to be a fun series. Can't wait to get it underway.
We'll run through the starting lineup for the visiting McMurry Warhawks, led by their head coach Josh Lee. Leading off will be Beckham Paul in center field, followed by Black in left, Colin Bruning at first base, Smith doing the DH duty today, Marshall at third, Jonathan Enriquez at second base, Roy doing the catching, Sylvester at short, and Brewski out in right field. And the starting pitcher for the TLU Bulldogs will be Isaiah Ramirez today, coming off a start where he lasted 3.1 innings, gave up 8 hits, 3 earned runs, looking for a bit of a bounce back today.
Yeah, that was against Cal Lutheran. High-powered offense, but looking for a bounce back and hopefully getting things underway here for the Bulldogs against McMurry.
Cloudy skies over Cat Isbell Field. 4th game at this ballpark so far this year. TLU coming off of a sweep against Howard Payne University. About to get underway as Beckham Paul will step into the batter's box. It's a McMurry offense that was very prolific last season, coming off of a year where they went to the Super Regionals, ended up getting swept by Trinity University just up the road in San Antonio. Trying to build off their most successful season in program history. First pitch in this one, and we're underway with ball 1.
Yeah, Cole, and this McMurry team, is a lot younger than they were last year. A lot of graduating seniors off of the team last year.
Beckham Paul, more of a middle-of-the-order bat for them last season, now stepping into the leadoff role. Here's a strike to even the count at 1 apiece. Trying to ride off of the experience that they got last postseason. Pitch from Ramirez. Inside 2-1. Was a program that had only won 1 playoff game in their history before last year. Wound up sweeping the regional out in California against Laverne. Ended up going all the way to the Supers. Pitch bends into the strike zone and evens the count at 2 apiece.
Yeah, what a great time for them joining the conference and being able to go that far.
The 2-2. Fouled off, and Paul able to stay alive. Paul so far this year, around a .370 hitter, leading the Warhawks in batting average. It's a Warhawks team that's been able to score some runs this season. Fouled off again, continues to stay alive.
Yeah, and in the preseason polls, it really just shows how great last year was for them. Ranked 22nd by D3Baseball.com and 18th in the ABCA in the preseason polls. They were picked second to finish second in the SCAC.
The 2-2 once again from Ramirez. Check swing, didn't go around. Pitch nice and inside. Runs the count full. This is going to be one thing to watch out for today, is the Warhawks walk more than almost anybody in the country. Did it last year, continuing to do it this year. This one hit high, shallow center field, and that will be the first out of this one as Spires able to haul it in.
Yeah, Ramirez walked 3 in his last outing against California Lutheran, so trying to ensure that he doesn't reach that total today. But as you mentioned, a lot of walks for this Warhawks team so far.
Now Black up to bat, takes ball 1. Playing second base today. On the team last year that made it to the Super Regionals. Didn't play too much of a role, but now stepping up with so many seniors leaving. Strike catches the outside part of the plate. Evens the count at 1 apiece.
Yeah, lost 9 all SCAG players in total.
Pitch inside, and that got him. So the first base runner will reach by way of a hit by pitch. Maybe not the way Ramirez wanted to get this thing going.
No, it's maybe a little bit of control issues going on here in the early going, but hopefully can figure that out.
Talked about his last start. 3.1 innings pitched, 3 earned runs, 3 walks, only 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, definitely want to have a higher strikeout to walk ratio.
Now Colin Bruning, the reigning SCAC first year of the year. It's this one high and foul over the left field fence there. Goes down as a long strike 1.
Yeah, this is one of the returning players for McMurry that really had an impact last year. Hopes to do the same this year.
Gets his spot in the 3-hole as a sophomore. Takes a strike on the outside part of the plate. Works with a runner on first, only 1 down. Count now 0-2 to Bruning. Pitch away, and we'll live another pitch.
Over the first 4 games, Bruning already driving in 6 runs for McMurry.
They'll try and nab Black at first, able to get back safely. And they're going to need him to step up this year. I mentioned all the graduating seniors. One of them being Michael Smosna, who was the SCAC Player of the Year last year. Runner goes, and this pitch fouled off, hit and run on. Count will remain 1-2, and Black will have to go back.
Bruning does a great job from the left side of the plate. Really seeing his pitches, and he hits for power. Finished second on the team last year, but also has a great eye at the plate.
The 1-2. Line drive, picked at third, and the throw gets away. Black going to third, the ball still loose, content to stop there. And that will go down as an E5, you would assume. Runners at the corners for the Warhawks.
Yeah, Elizondo at third base really just took a hop on him, and that's one of those throws that you want to try and not make if you can. Maybe fire onto first base and get the sure out, but now Warhawks in position with runners on the corners.
And it'll bring up their designated hitter. Smith up to the plate. 1 down, an opportunity for the Warhawks to take an early lead. Pitch from Ramirez. Hit deep to right field. Black getting ready to tag maybe, but it falls in foul ground. Diving attempt in right by Small.
Good attempt there by Small. Really just laying out and trying to make a play there. Scout Smith is a big threat at the plate for the Warhawks.
You almost wonder if it's a better thing he didn't catch it, though. Would have provided the opportunity for the sacrifice fly.
Yeah, absolutely. But Smith leads the conference with 8 RBI already, 6 nationally.
Mentioned that McMurry scored a lot of runs in their series against TLU. Won that first game 12-4. Pickoff attempt on Bruning at first, who gets back safely. But they lost that series ultimately, losing Game 2 in a low-scoring affair and then getting blown out in Game 3, 17-6. Take 2 on the pickoff. This one a little closer, but no dice. Ramirez working with some traffic, trying to get out of it right now. Top of the first inning, still no runs for now. This is hit high in the air, shallow left field. And the catch is made. No tag as Black content to stay at third. Barrera coming in from left to make the catch.
Yeah, I made a motion to go home and try and score, but really it was just a bluff to try and see if the throw would go home.
Now Marshall coming up to the plate. Playing at third base today.
Marshall making his season debut.
First pitch to him with 2 outs. Runners at the corner still. This is sharply fouled over the screen just to the right of us.
This is going to be great for Isaiah Ramirez if he's able to get out of this inning unscathed.
See if he can do that. Has 2 outs. Working around a hit by pitch and an error. That one high. Evens the count at 1-1. Was able to work around a lot of traffic in his last outing. Only gave up 3 runs. We talked about the fact that he gave up 8 hits. No hits given up in this one so far. This one hop to second, and it's going to be an error that results in a run. 1 run comes in for McMurry, and it's runners at the corners. Warhawks up 1-0 off of the error. Cooper Jen just couldn't pick it.
Yeah, that's just another one of those hops, just like the one that we saw to Elizondo earlier in the inning. Just kind of plays off the chest and goes into the outfield, and just unlucky events here so far in the first.
And now Jonathan Enriquez with an opportunity to extend the lead even further. Isaiah Ramirez has allowed 3 base runners, none of them hits, and only one of them his fault. There will be an unearned run attached to his name. Tries the pickoff attempt, unsuccessful again. It's a McMurry team that can hit it really well. They don't need any help. First pitch outside, ball 1.
Yeah, Enriquez tied for second on the team in doubles so far with 2.
One here would at least drive in 1 run. This is a big ballpark. Pitch inside just barely misses. Now a 2-0 count. TLU last season leading Division III baseball in triples, and a lot of it has to do with this ballpark. A lot of open space out there. Another pickoff attempt, unsuccessful.
It's hard to find any holes in this McMurry lineup, even with 9 all-conference players graduating or moving on last season.
2-0, and not yet. Ramirez just trying to get out of this inning any way he can. 2-0 will deliver, and a breaking ball finds the zone. Needed that strike.
Absolutely. Ramirez able to find the strike zone there, and just trying to work his way back into this at-bat.
Now a 2-1. This one fouled off, and it evens the count at 2 apiece.
It's going to be interesting to see where Ramirez goes with his pitch selection here.
Trying to finish off this inning. 2-2, 2 down. Just outside. No, strike 3 called. Grabs the outside part of the plate, and Ramirez gets out of the inning, only allowing 1 run.
Yeah, a little bit of a late call there, but what a job by Ramirez.
We'll take a short break here on TLU Plus. Bottom of the first inning coming up next. Welcome back to Seguin, Texas, here on TLU Plus. McMurry and TLU as the Warhawks lead 1-0. Quickly running through the Bulldogs lineup as they come up to bat. It'll be Bourgois to lead it off, followed by Elizondo, Small, Peavy, Sprenzel, Barrera, Jen, Cravens, and Spires to round things out for the Bulldogs. And Hunter Poe on the mound for the Warhawks delivers ball one to get things going. Hunter Poe returning for another year with McMurry, the ace on a staff that got all the way to the Super Regional last year. This is sharply fouled towards the TLU dugout.
Yeah, he was a big part of the success for McMurry last year. Led the Skagit win, second in ERA.
Him and Ethan Wendell headlining that rotation. Pitch grabs the outside part of the plate. Strike called. Count now 1-2. Bourgois, a tough batter, hitting over 500 so far this year. Fouls one sharply down the third base line.
Poe didn't have a great outing against Cal Lutheran, but he was able to get the win in that series for the Warhawks. They went on to lose that series, but the lone win for McMurry.
Pitch inside, evens the count at 2 apiece. Going against a TLU offense that has some outstanding individual performers. Coming off a sweep against Howard Payne, they scored 8 runs at least in every single game. Peeling the check swing, didn't go around, and the count runs full early. Bourgois doing the job of a leadoff hitter, trying to extend the pitch count.
Yeah, Bourgois is second on the team in RBI with 5. Batting with a .571 average.
And now draws a walk. The leadoff man aboard for the Bulldogs. It'll bring up Matthew Elizondo. .429 average to his name in 3 starts. 5 runs scored. This offense has been potent through the early part of this season. Strike called, outside edge.
Yeah, this is exactly what Kyle Palmer's squad wants to do right here. Get a chance to even out the game here.
The 0-1, not yet. Another check on first base. One thing to note is this is not something that TLU did very often, is steal. Only 28 steals all of last season. Pitch just misses outside. Count 1-1. But they already have 5 this year, so on pace to shatter their mark from last season. But we're not very aggressive at all on the base paths.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here with Bourgois.
Already running, and foul ball right off the end of the bat.
Hit and run was in effect there.
See if they call on it again in the 1-2 count. McMurry already up 1-0. An unearned run given up by Isaiah Ramirez in the first inning. Pitch outside, count even at 2-2.
It is worth mentioning Elizondo's tied for first in walks so far, with 4 in the early year so far.
Trying to battle back and maybe work one here. Strike 3 called, another late call. Just catches the edge, and it's the first strikeout of the day for Hunter Poe. And now that'll bring up Caleb Small, a .462 hitter so far in this young season, slugging over 1,000.
Yeah, I was about to say nothing small about the slugging percentage there.
A slow throw to first, not in time. And it only gets harder with Adam Peavy waiting on deck. He's hitting over 700 this year. Pitch runs inside and catches the inside part of the plate.
Very strong middle of the order for TLU.
Trying to at least even this game here in the early stages. Pitch misses, and that evens the count at 1-1.
Small has the lone home run for TLU. One here would be great.
Bourgois, the man on first, on by way of a leadoff walk. One down in the inning. Ground ball chopped down the first base line, but foul. It's a TLU team that's hoping to get more out of their offense than they got last season. Kind of middle of the pack in a lot of categories. 118th in total runs scored.
So far, I'd say they're off to a great start with their offense. See if they can keep it up.
1-2 pitch will have to wait. Another pickoff attempt.
Top 5 in the country in doubles, batting average, hits.
1-2. Swing and a miss. And that's strike 3. Tough to see if he got a piece of that or not, but he didn't. 2 down in the inning. And that'll bring up Adam Peavy. If the season ended right now, he would be Conference Player of the Year.
That's right.
Long way to go after this, but it's a strong start, hitting .727 on the season. Slugging the exact same number. He has 8 hits, 7 runs scored. Bourgois goes. Throw will be into center field. And Bourgois will take third with ease, diving in safely. Throw nearly got away again, and that would have cost them a run. There's already some sloppy defense on both sides.
Yeah, it seems like Roy was just out of his crouch and kind of just sailed on him that throw and able to take advantage of it. Bourgois over to third.
Roy, one of the many McMurry Warhawks in a new position this year, replacing Michael Smosna. Big shoes to fill, a guy who hit over 400 last year and won Conference Player of the Year, and now the job gets that much easier for Adam Peavy. In the 1-0 count, runner on third now. This is tapped foul, and it skips all the way to the backstop to even the count at 1-1.
How great does it have to be for Kyle Palmer to get Peavy back into this lineup?
Had so many great hitters over these last several years here in Seguin. Here's a chopper to third. Picked, and the throw across the diamond from Marshall is in time. So after all that excitement, Hunter Poe puts a 0 on the board, and his Warhawks lead 1-0. We'll head to the second on TLU Plus.
I chose TLU because I like the one-on-one that I get with my professors.
Being able to talk to all the professors one-on-one, they were definitely helpful in deciding like what I can do with my degree and then how to get into those different fields.
I liked the tour of the campus. Like I liked seeing how everything was really close together. Our classes now from like first year and second year are all in the lab, so we have our own like space that we can go to for studying.
Well, I chose TLU because I had met some people who were in the program and they told me some good things about it. It's a smaller school, so I feel like I was going to get more of that one-on-one type of learning.
I get to, be more hands-on with patients and more engaged with my preceptors and my professors and my classmates as well.
Welcome back to the campus of Texas Lutheran University, where the Bulldogs trail the Warhawks 1-0, top of the second. And it'll be Caden Roy leading off the inning for McMurray, trying to extend their lead in this opening game of conference play. McMurray in their second season in the SCAC after joining last year. TLU's been in for quite a while, won multiple conference titles. Big swing and a miss from Roy. That's strike one.
And it's definitely a new look to the conference after a couple of departures in 2025.
Pitch outside, evens the count at 1-1. Of course, one of those departures being Trinity University, who won the conference last year, and that should give some renewed hope for a lot of these teams, knowing that a team that dominated the conference for so long is no longer there. Strike called on the outside edge. Count 1-2.
Absolutely. It seems like it could be wide open. McMurray obviously coming back with a lot of expectations after last season.
Here's a chopper. Reeled in at short, the long throw, and it's in time.
What a play by Bourgois there.
We've seen some sloppy defense today. Not there. Bourgois showing exactly how it's done at shortstop.
Absolutely. Took a couple steps back, allowed the hop to reach his glove and throw across his body over to first base.
Now Sylvester coming up to the plate. Check swing, went around, 0-1, hitting .231 in 4 starts so far this year, slugging .385, 4 runs scored in this young season. Pitch outside, evens the count at 1-1. Of course, the Bulldogs coming into this game 3-0. Warhawks 2-2 after dropping a series to TLU in Los Angeles. Got the win last weekend against the Redlands to even up the record, and a pitch runs inside and hits Sylvester. He'll head to first base.
Yeah, second hit by pitch by Ramirez. Both right-handed batters.
So already dealt with so much traffic in that first inning, ended up allowing a run. Part of that being 2 errors, but also the hit by pitch, and that was the run that ended up scoring. As the bottom of this lineup will come up to the plate in the form of Brewski. First pitch to him, nearly yanked. Nice job by Cravens behind the plate to keep that in front of him. Attempt at first base, unsuccessful again.
Yeah, Brewski batting .267, slugging .267 as well.
Try and get him again, and that one a little closer, but again to no avail. Ramirez still looking for his first strike of this at-bat, the 1-0 count. Take 3. And again, unsuccessful. Understandable was why he's throwing over there so much. Brewski 2 for 2 on stolen base attempts this season, and here he goes. Ball in the dirt, the throw looked good, and it's in time! Cravens with the throw to nab Brewski at second base. 2 down in the inning. And all of a sudden, the scoring opportunity they may have had, not so much anymore, as here's ball hit the opposite way. Backing up in right field is Small. He's able to reel it in to end the inning.
Great play there, able to get out of it, race the runner.
The throw from Cravens provides the exclamation point for TLU to keep this a 1-0 game. We'll head to the bottom of the second next on TLU Plus.
Ready?
TLU men's basketball team. And you're watching Old Dog with New Tricks.
Welcome back to the campus of Texas Lutheran University. Hunter Poe back on the mound for his second inning of work. As he works with a 1-0 lead. Sylvester thrown out, trying to steal second. Winds up being a big out in that prior inning to keep the lead exactly where it is. First pitch from Poe, fouled off. Count now 0-1. Braden Sprenzel up to the bat. Takes a strike, now down 0-2, hitting .500 so far this year in 2 games. Already with 5 runs and 4 hits in those 2 games.
Yeah, Sprenzel off to a hot start.
This one kind of lobbed into left field, and it gets down for a base hit. An opposite field knock for Sprenzel, and that average just goes up.
Yeah, second inning in a row, getting the leadoff man on board. You got to expect the dam to break at some point. Allow the Bulldogs to score a run here.
The first hit for either team in this game. And it sets up Michael Barrera, hitting .250 so far this year. Takes a strike. That ball kind of took a turn back into the zone. Gets the bunt down, and it's a good one down the third base line. Bare-handed throw is offline, and it gets away. Spretzel's going to third. He stops there. Barrera in at second.
What a great bunt by Barrera. Throw was rushed, allow him to reach second. Great offensive plan for TLU here.
We'll score that as a base hit to get him to first and an error to move the runners after that. And a prime opportunity for TLU. Cooper Jen hitting .750 so far this year. Only 1 game played. So 2 for 4 in terms of his at-bats.
This is exactly where the Bulldogs want to be.
2 runners in scoring position, nobody out. And now ball 1. Jen waiting for his pitch. In the dirt. And now the count 2-0. Sprenzel waiting on third, Barrera on second. Bulldogs an opportunity to maybe take the lead with a base hit.
Many talented sophomores in the game today.
Jen hits one into center field. Beckham Paul there. Runner tags at third, but goes back as that would have been a poor decision. Hunter Poe gets the first out he needs.
Yeah, when it was hit, I wondered if it was deep enough. Unfortunately not. Smart decision there by the runner. but still runners in scoring position.
Now Cole Cravens, who's had the biggest play in the game to this point, throwing out Sylvester, trying to steal second. Now an opportunity to one-up himself. 1 down, 2 on. First pitch finds the zone, strike 1.
Yeah, got it done on the defensive side of the ball. Want to get it done on the offensive side of the ball.
The 0-1. Bunt bid. And they say he tried at it. Strike called.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting approach there. Bunt worked earlier in the inning. Try your luck with it again, but fortunately not able to pull back.
So now finding himself in an 0-2 hole. Cravens against Poe. Check swing. Didn't go around.
Good stop by Roy back there.
He's had a couple of them today. Couple balls in the dirt on either side of this one. Now the 1-2. Runners on second and third. Outside part of the plate, doesn't get the call. We've seen that area called a couple of times today.
Yeah, way to even out the count here and not offer at that pitch.
Wonder how Kyle Palmer feels about that. Maybe a little too close to take in the future. 2-2. Chopper to third. Looks back the runners and the throw is in time. That's Olmsted at third, who actually had been playing at third the entire game. Apparently the numbers changed up and we weren't made aware of it, but he's made a couple of nice plays today.
Yeah, definitely.
Aiden Spires. Now with the last opportunity for TLU to make something out of this. They had second and third with nobody out.
A great pitching job by Hunter Poe so far.
First pitch finds the zone, strike 1 with a fastball.
Trying not to do everything himself, remembering that he's got 9 fielders behind him and allowing TLU to hit into the outs.
Fouled sharply into the screen. And the count quickly 0-2 to Spires. The inning started with an opposite field base hit by Sprenzel, who is now at third base thanks to a bunt bid and an error that followed. Since then, it's been a shallow fly out and a ground out. Swing and a miss, that's strike 3, and Poe gets out of the jam.
Yeah, great job there, getting your outs all the way you can.
The third strikeout for Hunter Poe after he had none in his previous start. Keeps the Bulldogs off the board as we head to the third inning on TLU Plus.
Play harder.
And the go-ahead run comes across. Bulldogs on top.
Respect everyone.
Play hard, but play fair.
Cheer for your team, not against the visiting team.
Respect opposing players, coaches, and fans.
This is the SCAC.
Welcome back, McMurry and TLU. The Warhawks with the 1-0 lead as we start the third inning, and the top of McMurray's lineup up to bat with Beckham Paul. Paul 0 for 1 today, flew out in the first inning. Takes ball 1 from Ramirez, who settled down after a tough first inning defensively for McMurray. Pitch finds the outside part of the zone, 1-1.
Yeah, the first way through the lineup, no hits for McMurray, but of course that run scoring on the error.
This one chopped into left field. Ball came inside on the hands, but able to get it out there. Ball caught by Barrera, 1 down. It'll bring up Tatum Black, who was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat of this game. Takes ball 1 outside and low. Talked about how McMurray's season went earlier in this game already last year. With TLU, bit of a disappointing one. This was sharply fouled out of play to even the count at 1-1. TLU finished with a winning record, 24-15, 17-13 in conference play, tied for 4th in the conference, but not enough to get them into the conference tournament.
Yeah, Kyle Palmer,
dribbler up the middle and a base hit for Tatum Black. First hit of the day for McMurray.
Sorry to finish that thought. Yeah, a little bit of a disappointing run last year for Kyle Palmer, but looking at rebound so far, and in the early going, the offense is definitely showing out.
Finished in a tie with St. Thomas for 4th in the conference. And ultimately what ended up being the difference was any number of games, but was when they went to Houston and got swept. Big swing and a miss from Bruning. Reached on an error in his first at-bat.
And the Bulldogs were picked to finish 4th in the preseason polls.
They check on the runner at first, able to get back safely as Black. Makes sense, and they finished 5th last year. One of the teams in front of them, Trinity's no longer there. Everything holds, they should be in this year. I'll try again to get Black, able to get back to the bag. Tatum Black 1 for 2 on stolen base attempts so far this season. The 0-1 kind of chopped. We'll see if this stays fair, and wisely TLU will let it roll foul.
Yeah, that was as good as a bunt if it stayed fair. And if you tried to pick that up, I mean, he was already at first base. Both runners would be safe.
So Cravens with a couple of headsy plays in this game, and then the nice one obviously caught a runner stealing in this game already. But it's a group in TLU that has a lot of its guys back from last year. This one fouled off out of play. Count will remain 0-2, and they're hoping to make a nice run in the conference this year.
Yeah, kind of the opposite of McMurray, losing a lot of their all-conference players. And you have Cooper Jen returning this season for his sophomore season for TLU.
Ground ball takes kind of a weird hop, but nicely played. Could be 2, not in time. Bruning able to beat it out. Bourgois able to get 1 out of it, though.
Yeah, Bruning was hustling down the line. He was almost a double play for TLU, but able to beat it by a footstep.
So Bruning reaching on the fielder's choice. Brings up Scout Smith. Flew out to shallow left the last time he was up. And hits a high fly ball deep to left field, but not deep enough. And that will end the inning. Barrera able to settle under it, and TLU keeping McMurray off the board once again. We'll head to the bottom of the third on TLU Plus after this short break.
as an MAT student, you are an athletic trainer, and I think that's something really cool that we get to experience.
We're pretty hands-on. Anything that like our preceptor asks us to do, like we're able to do. Going out to practices and traveling to games.
We're doing evals, looking at them, helping them with their rehab like protocols.
For me personally, I do a lot of like hands-on where I'm like speaking with the patients about how they feel. And so I feel like it's a lot of like one-on-one interactions.
Knowing that I'm gonna go into the clinic every day and I don't know who's gonna walk through the door and what their problem's gonna be, and that I get to be the one that tells them like, hey, this is what's wrong, but I can also help you, so here's a solution.
Welcome back to South Central Texas, as McMurry has the 1-0 lead over TLU, and it'll be the top of the lineup for TLU. Chase Bougois walked in the first inning to lead off this game. Try to reach base again, sends a high fly ball into center field. Beckham Paul there and camps under it to make the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, went after the first pitch there and lifted it to center field. Wind is blowing pretty hard.
That's definitely one of the things you could tell walking into the ballpark today. All those flags blowing directly in. It's going to be tough to hit anything into the air today. Lizardo now up. Struck out looking the first time he was up to bat and takes a strike here to get this at-bat going.
Yeah, Lizardo was able to work his way back into the count before striking out.
Breaking ball away. Another nice pick by Roy, who's done some good work behind the dish so far today. Of course, this is the first game of a doubleheader, so we'll see what the catching plan is for both of these teams. One fouled back into the screen, the count 1-2. Poe getting a quick first out so far in this inning. Looking for the second. Instead, it's a line drive. Or to bat it down with the glove. The throw is in time still. That's Sylvester out at shortstop.
Yeah, great job by Sylvester, able to stay with it and complete the play.
Almost swatted that ball down to the ground so he could pick it up instead of just securing it. A little unorthodox, but it does the job. Brings up Small to the plate. 0 for 1 with a strikeout, but we've talked about the gargantuan numbers he's put up so far this season. Takes strike 1. Caleb Small hitting over 400 this season. And we talked about the slugging percentage, over 1,000. Takes strike 2. Both of them looking.
Yeah, again, when you have a talented sophomore like Small and Jen coming in together, it really just turns the expectation of the teams around, and coming in, being great performers. People want to follow that and be around players like this.
TLU led by Kyle Palmer, still young into his Bulldogs tenure. Breaking ball misses. Count now 1-2. Of course, this is a program with lofty standards. Won the national championship in 2019. Looking to get back to that point, and maybe they have the young group to start building something. Pitch misses, count even at 2 apiece with 2 down in the inning.
Yeah, it definitely helps having Coach Palmer being an alumni, playing on the baseball team, and knowing how things are run and the expectations.
Breaking ball low again. And all of a sudden, after it was an 0-2 count, 3 straight balls, and it's full. Small trying to get on base for the first time today. McMurray with the 1-0 lead. Lofts one into left field, backing up on it, and making the catch is Black. And that will end the inning. Poe works another scoreless frame. We're a third of the way through this one as we'll head to the fourth here in Seguin.
I chose TLU because I like the one-on-one that I get with my professors.
Being able to talk to all the professors one-on-one, they're definitely helpful in deciding like what I can do with my degree and then how to get into those different fields.
I liked the tour of the campus. Like I liked seeing how everything was really close together. Our classes now from like first year and second year are all in the lab, so we have our own like space that we can go to for studying.
Well, I chose TLU because I had met some people who were in the program and they told me some good things about it. It's a smaller school, so I feel like I was going to get more of that one-on-one type of learning.
I get to, be more hands-on with patients and more engaged with my preceptors and my professors and my classmates as well.
Welcome back to Cat Isbell Field on the campus of Texas Lutheran University. McMurray with the 1-0 lead, top of the fourth inning. Isaiah Ramirez still on the mound. Has only allowed 1 run, and it was not earned. First pitch is taken for ball 1. Drew Olmstead leading off this inning.
Olmstead playing great defense so far today.
Pitch inside. Had the 1 error on the bunt chance. But other than that, he's been pretty outstanding today. He's made a couple of nice plays at the hot corner. Trying to get it going with the bat. Ahead 2-0 in the count. And that finds the zone for strike 1. Bulldogs leading McMurray in the hits column 2-1, but the errors tied at 2, and that's been the story of this game so far. Ground ball to short. Bourgois makes the throw in time, 1 down quickly. Jeremiah Enriquez now coming up to the plate. Enriquez 0 for 1, struck out looking. Takes a pitch inside, ball 1. Swing and a miss, breaking ball. Count evens at 1 apiece. This is a McMurray team that's used to scoring a bunch of runs. Scored nearly 9 runs a game last season. Strike called, inside edge, 1-2.
Yeah, and here's the bottom half of the lineup where they were able to get that run across.
Still looking for our first earned run today. Pitch outside will even the count at 2-2. And so far, the run production has continued this season, scoring 12 runs in their first game of the year. Be a big confidence boost for them, knowing that despite the guys that left, they can still get runs across.
Yeah, both teams with high-powered offenses.
It'll bring up Roy to the plate. Caden Roy swings at the first pitch and sends a fair ball down the left field line. Roy going to be content with a base hit. Going after the first pitch, and it works for him. A 2-out knock.
Yeah, great job by Roy. Able to keep that fair. Great diving attempt by Elizondo over at third base, but not able to corral it. He's holding him to a single at least.
Now Sylvester coming up to the plate. reached in his only other plate appearance with a hit by pitch, one of two handed out by Ramirez so far in this game. Pickoff attempt gets away. And sprinting around second all the way to third. The throw not even made. As Roy taking advantage of the third error of the game by the Bulldogs. You talked about hitting needing to come around. Seems like the defense is what needs to come around right now for both of these squads. The third error of the game for TLU. And that ball in the dirt, nicely blocked by Cravens.
Yeah, both catchers on either team are saying, defense, we're blocking. Look at this. We're doing our job.
Sylvester trying to bring in the second McMurray run. Takes a pitch away, 2-0. You got to wonder how Ramirez is handling this. This is past the point that he got in his last start. Now up to 3.2 innings pitched, and we'll have a visit. Doesn't look like there's anybody up in the TLU bullpen.
I don't believe so.
I mean, he's only given up 2 hits. The 1 run he gave up was unearned, maybe just trying to settle him down a little bit.
Yeah, I think just, recognizing that a lot of the things that have happened have been out of his control. A little bit of the opposite from Poe on McMurray's side. He's really pitching to his defense, and Ramirez is trying to do the same thing, but unfortunately bad hops and throwing errors.
Even some of the plays that have been made on both sides have been a little bit unorthodox. Think about when McMurray was on defense. Sylvester just knocking down that ball instead of getting it cleanly into his glove. It's been the kind of day it is. This field can be very unpredictable. Natural grass, a lot of maybe unique hops that people aren't used to this early into the year. It's resulted in a lot of errors. 2-0 coming out of the meeting and a quick strike one.
Absolutely. And you think, the way that the offensive approach needs to be, since the wind is blowing in, maybe try and not hit as many fly balls, hit things on the ground, and allow mistakes to happen.
This is hit very sharply, but very foul as well. Way ahead of that one was Sylvester. On the pitch inside. Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down in the inning. Warhawks trying to extend the lead with the runner on third. Takes a pitch away, and this will be full.
Yeah, it was right off the plate. Honestly, I think it could have gone either way.
We have seen that outside part of the plate kind of be the question zone today, whether you're going to get it or not. 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4, and we talked about how much the Warhawks walk. Here's a 2-out walk to extend the inning.
Yeah, great at bat there. Staying patient. Not trying to do too much with the runner on third. Know you have the chance of extending the lead.
It's their first walk of the day, their 19th of the season through 5 games. They do walk a lot. And now Brewski, the bottom of the order, a chance to come up in a big way. 0 for 1 today, flew out to right field, sends this one in a similar direction. Small, calling for it, in foul ground. Does he have space? Knocks himself against the fence, able to get up, couldn't make the catch.
Oh, what a great effort there. Slammed into the fence. You got to hope he's all right.
No padding over there of any kind. A lot of foul ground. Just out of his reach. Looked like if he let it fall, it may have hit exactly the top of the fence.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of the stadium where the Athletics used to play, Oakland Coliseum. A lot of foul ground area.
Small gave the effort. First question you ask in that situation, is he okay? Second one, did he catch it? Answers are yes and no. Now the pitch to Brewski. In the dirt. Cravens able to keep it in front of him. Count 1-1. Runners at the corners, 2 down in the inning. Both squads have had their opportunities offensively. This one for McMurray. Chance to extend the lead. Slider misses away.
Yeah, it's never good when you don't have as great command, and I know Ramirez is dealing with that, but it's got to feel great to have a catcher like Cravens behind the plate, just smothering everything down there and blocking as well as he has.
Try the pickoff at first. Of course, that's what got TLU into this position. That's the risk when you see so many pickoffs in a row as you do with really every team in Division III baseball. Every now and then one gets away. That's why there are runners at the corners right now. Pitch rides inside. Brewski had the duck to get out of the way.
That was similar to the 2 pitches that hit the previous batters.
Now a 3-1 pitch. 2 down in the inning. Runners at the corners from Ramirez. Fouled high above the screen, and it brings the count full. So Sylvester at first would presumably be running on this pitch.
Yeah, this is a massive pitch for TLU here.
Opportunity to maybe score 2 runs for McMurry with the runner in motion. Pitch from Ramirez. Ground ball up the middle, and it's a base hit. 1 run scores. And McMurray has taken a 2-0 lead. Brewski with the RBI. And the Warhawks aren't done yet.
Yeah, not much you can do there. Just ground it up the middle, scorching hot right between the second baseman and the shortstop, and run scores, extending the lead for McMurray.
The second base hit of the game, the 3rd consecutive Warhawk to reach. All of this happening with 2 outs. First pitch now to the top of the order inside. Ball 1. Beckham Paul coming up for the 3rd time today. He's flown out both times, 0 for 2.
This is exactly where McMurray wants to be.
It's a fly ball, the left field. Barrera camping under it and making the catch to end the inning. But some 2-out magic for the Warhawks. They extend the lead and add 1 more. It's 2-0 McMurray as we'll take a break on TLU Plus.
Flow Sports has changed the game. We created the essential destination NCAA fans deserve. Together, Flow College and NCAA conferences, institutions, and teams have taken all collegiate sports to the next level.
Oh my goodness! Back to Jones. She lets it fly from deep, and she buries it. Oh, a wraparound. He's got some speed down the sideline. Touchdown, Bulldogs!
The new collegiate record belongs to Parker Valby.
In front, Stockfish, offload shot, score!
Smith making 3. That is crushed.
It's a touchdown!
Welcome back to cloudy Seguin, Texas, where McMurray has the 2-0 lead. And it'll be the heart of the Bulldogs' order to lead things off with Adam Peavy. 0 for 1 today, grounded out to 3rd.
This is where you'd like that potent Bulldog offense to wake up.
First pitch swung on and grounded to short. The throw high and not in time. Peavy able to beat it out. The errant throw from Sylvester.
Pulled Enriquez off the bag and allowed him to make it to first base, and another leadoff runner for the Bulldogs.
They do call that a hit. So Peavy credited with the base knock.
Right.
I don't know about that one. I'm going to be honest. that one might be under further review.
I'm sure Peavy doesn't mind.
No, he does not. Pitch high to Sprentzel. He's 1 for 1 today with a base hit. McMurry, I'm sure, will also take not having their third error of the game to match TLU. Pitch inside 2-0. Maybe that's what it was. We're just sick of seeing errors.
Yeah, they said, we'll give him a hit. Way to go, PV. The TLU in business, again, trying to get their offense going.
Pitch catches the inside part of the zone. Strike called, 2-1. And they do change it to an error. Inside out swing, foul ball into the screen, evens the count at 2. So PV's at bat will go down as an E6. Charged to Sylvester. 6 errors total now in this game. See if TLU can capitalize on this. Runner on first in PV. Nobody out, 2-2. Line to the other way, and is it caught? Yes, it is, and PV went to second base. And they get the out there.
Wow.
So I think that is a double play.
It's the hit and run in effect there in play. And
we'll see what they call here. It looks like both are going back. Well, PV's at third now.
Huh.
So the discussion is whether Olmsted caught the ball or not and threw to first, in which case PV would have to go back to first. And that would have been a double play. If he didn't catch it, they throw to first, and PV's at second, safe.
I could be honest, I saw a catch by Olmsted. It looks like
I'm with you
the
on
umpires
this one.
agree.
So that does go down as a double play.
Unfortunate there for the Bulldogs. It seemed like the hit and run was in play, and runner takes off and unfortunately doubled up. Takes a promising start to the inning and leaves you with only 1 out to play here.
Sprenzel did have a base hit opposite field, kind of similar to that, just higher, kind of looped into left field. This one more on a line right to Olmsted at third, and he was ready for it.
Yeah, it was hit hard, but again, Olmsted at third base. Reflexes are great.
And that looks like TLU head coach Kyle Palmer seeing what's going on with the call, or trying to argue it. He would have had a really good view from his dugout as to what happened there. Delay on the field, still arguing his case.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he is arguing here.
Maybe something with the signals, though. It looked like I saw the out call by the umpires. 2 fists in the air, 1 for each out.
Yeah, me as well. Looks like he is not happy with the discussion, but he'll go back to the dugout.
Getting some applause from his home crowd. Sticking up for his team. 2 down, nobody on now. Here's a chopper and a foul ball down the third base line. Olmsted busy over there.
Absolutely.
Had a lot of action heading his way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, left-handed batter, right-handed batter, they're hitting it his way.
Michael Barrera finds himself in an 0-1 count. Barrera 1 for 1 with a base hit so far. Fastball high. Count evens at 1-1.
Barrera's hoping to get a hit here, but he is tied for the team lead in walks.
Doesn't need one here. Line drive up the middle, base hit, and Barrera 2 for 2 in this game.
Great job of extending the inning there.
Extends the inning for TLU. We've put a lot of balls in play in this inning. Brings up Cooper Jen, the sophomore second baseman, 0 for 1 today. The fly out to center. Swings at the first pitch, chops it to Olmsted, but another error, and this one winds up in left field. Barrera sprints all the way to third, and runners at the corners after the 4th McMurry error today.
Yeah, hopped there to the third baseman Olmsted, the backup from Sylvester, but took a weird hop on him as well, ended up in the outfield. So runners on the corners now.
7 total errors in this game. And it brings up the catcher. Cravens up to bat, hitting .500 coming into this game. Opportunity for him to get the Bulldogs on the board. Sends a chopper up the middle, and it's a base hit into center field. 1 run scores, the other runner going to third. The tag, and out! The throw from Beckham Paul ends the inning, but not before TLU gets on the board.
Yeah, great piece of hitting there. First pitch swinging. Unfortunately, the out at third base, but the Bulldogs are on the board.
Cooper Jen with the RBI single, and it winds up ending the inning. We'll head to the 5th here in Seguin. It's 2-1 McMurray.
Monica Sidicic here, and you're watching Old Dog with New Tricks. And this week, we are with the TLU Volleyball Girls. Yeah.
Welcome back to Texas Lutheran University, where the home team, the Bulldogs, trail McMurray 2-1, though they were able to get a run in the bottom of the 4th.
You got to wonder if Kyle Palmer going out there and arguing that double out call allowed him to spark some fire into his team.
First pitch fouled off. Tatum Black up to the plate, leading off this inning. 1 for 2 in this game, or excuse me, 1 for 1 with a base hit, also hit by a pitch. Thought about bunting, but pulls back for ball 1. Takes a strike, 1-2. Isaiah Ramirez remains the pitcher in this game, going into the 5th inning for the first time this season in his 2nd start. Big swing and a foul ball.
Yeah, that's important with the doubleheader going on.
Trying to conserve this bullpen as much as possible for today. TLU, a team that's traditionally over the past couple of years leaned on their starting pitching. Doing that again. Pitch outside, 2-2. The bullpen starting to get a little active, though nobody warming up. That pitch, ball 4, already hit him.
I believe it hit him. That's the 3rd hit by pitch by Ramirez today.
So we talked about the walks that McMurray usually gets, and they're getting on base, I guess, in a similar way, but it's been the hit by pitches, 3 of them. Only the 1 walk. So far, Ramirez has been able to work around a lot of that traffic, but dealing with the heart of the McMurray order. Colin Bruning has reached both times, once on an error and another time on a fielder's choice.
A right-hander throwing in the bullpen for the Bulldogs.
So we'll see how much longer Ramirez can go in this game. Runner on first is Tatum Black. Trying to change that as they try and pick him off at first. Able to get back safely. Runner goes. The throw to second. Bobbled, and he's safe. Stolen base for Tatum Black. So now a runner on second. Nobody out in this game so far, or in this inning, I should say.
Unfortunately, Craven's throw hopped in there.
Looked like the throw was going to be on time, just unable to secure it. Line drive caught. Peavy going to second, and it's a double play.
That was a laser off the bat.
So after Adam Peavy was on base when he was picked off at first on the line drive to third, gets some revenge doing it back to McMurry.
Yeah, even now, both teams have experienced it.
So the L3 for outs number 1 and 2. As the first pitch is fouled off. Scout Smith up to bat. 0 for 2. Now the 0-1. Hit high in the air, deep right field carrying, but not enough. And the catch is made by Small to end the inning. A scoreless frame put up by Isaiah Ramirez. He's gone through 5 as we're halfway through this one in Seguin. 2-1, McMurry with the lead. Welcome back, McMurry and TLU. The second half of this first game of the series. Reminder, this is a doubleheader, so we'll play again presumably 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game. You want to stick around for both of those. Spires set to lead things off for TLU. Doesn't want the bunt there, pulls it back for strike 1. Bulldogs trying to find their way back into this game. Were able to scratch across a run in the last inning. Takes a pitch inside from Poe.
It doesn't look like the bullpen's active right now, so I wonder if they did decide to make a switch or going to keep Ramirez out there.
We'll find out in the next frame. This is hit into the air, into right center. Calling is Paul, and he ranges over to make the catch for out number 1.
It's got to feel great after Ramirez has a scoreless inning right after his team scores their first run. Hopefully trying to get the team back into this game.
Top of the order now up with Bourgois. 0 for 1 today, has also walked in this game. Breaking ball doesn't catch the plate. Count now 1-0. 1 down in the inning, nobody on. High fly ball into right field. Buski has to come in a little bit to make the catch, and he does. Quickly 2 away as Hunter Bowe has really found a rhythm in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. First 2 sat down here. Matthew Elizondo hoping to extend the inning for TLU.
Elizondo 0 for 2 is struck out and grounded out in this one. Tries the bunt bid, goes after it, and it's strike 1.
We've seen a couple of bunt attempts by the Bulldogs.
Big swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Brings the count to 0-2. So Poe ended the last inning allowing 3 consecutive base hits. One of them ended up scoring. So far has sat down the first 2.
That was a great off-speed pitch by Poe.
This one hit high into the air, shallow center. Paul been busy and makes the catch. A quick 1-2-3 for Hunter Poe as he heads to the dugout with another scoreless frame. We'll head to the top of the 6th in Seguin after this. Welcome back to Seguin, Texas. McMurray with the 2-1 lead, top of the 6th inning, as Isaiah Ramirez remains on the mound for the Bulldogs. Up to bat is Olmstead, who sends a fly ball. Shallow right field. Small ranges in and makes the catch. A quick out, number 1. A lot of fly balls recently in this one, Colton.
Yeah, a lot of fly balls, a lot of swing at the first pitch for both teams. And honestly, you probably want to pitch it where you can get fly ball outs because of the way the wind's blowing.
We're hearing that it's going 12 miles an hour directly in. Breaking ball finds the zone. Strike 1 to Jeremiah Enriquez. 0 for 2 today, struck out and flown out. Big swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch. Count quickly 0-2. Lined but foul, out of play, and onto the sidewalk for a fan.
Made the stop with his foot.
I didn't know you had to keep your head up over there. I didn't even think about that. There's no net over the dugout. Ball can easily get there. 0-2. This one fouled directly above us and out of play. One down quickly after the flyout from Olmstead. McMurray scored their 2 runs in the first inning and the 4th inning. Here's a line drive, but it's right at Spires out in center field for out number 2.
Yeah, it was hit hard, but because of the wind blowing in, able to stay up. Spires barely had to move.
Five consecutive flyouts between these two teams. See if we can make it number 6. First pitch to Roy. Misses the mark, ball one. Roy 1 for 2. Grounded out to short. Base hit the last time he was up in the 4th. Breaking ball misses the mark. Count 2-0. Big swing and a miss, 2-1, being aggressive in that situation. It's a TLU team that was 221st in whip last season. Currently the whip at 1.57, so a little higher than maybe they want. Big swing and a miss, count even at 2.
Great pitch by Ramirez there. Hoping for another scoreless inning.
Enriquez going after that one in a big way. Dealt with a lot of traffic, trying not to deal with any in this inning. That's fouled off the end of the bat and out of play. 2's on the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ramirez trying to go 6 strong innings. And a time is granted.
I'm sure he has a lot of family here at the game from San Antonio, Texas, Marshall High School.
Two. Hit into the air, playable and foul ground, racing over, but eventually it drifts out of play. Need to make a correction. Apparently Enriquez and Roy were switched in the lineup on my card. So this is Roy. Now we know. We're good. So Roy with a base hit the last time he was up. 1 for 2. It's fouled off the last 2 pitches, now in a 2-2 count. Chopper to third. Long throw in time. Elizondo making that play to end the inning. As that'll take us to the bottom of the 6th here in Seguin. McMurray with the 2-1 lead.
Ready?
TLU men's basketball team. And you're watching Old Dog with New Tricks.
Welcome back to Cat Isbell Field in Seguin, Texas, where the Bulldogs find themselves trailing by a run in the bottom of the 6th, but the heart of the order coming up to the plate, Caleb Small, 0 for 2 today. He's flown out and struck out. Take strike 1 from Hunter Poe, who remains in the game, pitching like the ace that McMurray needs him to be this year.
Yeah, Poe has looked great, making adjustments, and see how far he goes today.
Bunt bid, and Poe might have to field this one. Calmly does so. Throw to first, and it gets away. A lot of foul ground out there, and that ball just keeps rolling. Allows Small to get all the way to second, so add a hit and an error. the 5th error for McMurry in this one.
Yeah, rushed the throw a little bit. Calmly fielded it, but I think since he took a while to field it, rushed the throw. Umpires are convening, talking about that play.
I don't know what there is to discuss. Maybe something on the scorecard, but it does seem to be pretty clearly a hit and an error. Goes down as a base hit for Small on the bunt bid. And it sets up Adam Peavy with a runner on second, nobody out. This may be the best opportunity since TLU had runners on second and third with nobody out.
Yeah, and Ramirez did his job last inning, pitching a scoreless frame.
Big swing from Peavy, fouled. And it's 0-1. Trying to take advantage of the great start that Ramirez has given them. Able to go 6 innings. We'll see if he's done or not. We know that Coach Palmer loves to throw his guys as much as they can, really. 0-1. And a bunt bid, and it's a good one. Down the third base line. And nothing to be done about that. Peavy reaching on the base hit.
Wow, heads up base running by Small at third base. Circled. Knew that there wasn't anybody at third base. Took off a little bit down the line. Made Poe chase him back. And allows Peavy to reach at first base.
A really good bunt attempt. Olmsted knew wasn't going to be able to get him. Bluffed the throw and then tried to circle around back to catch Small napping. Runners at the corners, nobody out, and another bunt attempt looks like coming up from Sprenzel. Gets it down, run coming in to score, and he's safe. Caleb Small diving in to tie the game, and it's 2-2.
Great offensive execution there by the Bulldogs.
3 consecutive base hits to start this inning. All of them by way of the bunt, and it will prompt a meeting.
Josh Lee out there to talk to Poe. Maybe settle down his right-hander.
The 6th hit of the game given up by Poe, the 3rd in a row. He's had a couple of sequences like this where he's given up hits in consecutive sequences like this. In the midst of a meeting, trying to settle him down a little bit. There is some action in the McMurry bullpen. Nobody throwing yet, though. Just loosening up. It's one of those situations where maybe the need to get somebody up kind of sprung on them sooner than they expected.
Yeah, absolutely. Just as a precaution, in case Poe isn't able to get out of this inning.
Game now tied at 2, and TLU's had their share of opportunities. We're just doing the math in between innings. 5 guys left on base to this point. Trying not to strand 2 more. Barrera up to bat and drops down another bunt. It's another good one down the line. We'll see if it stays fair. It does!
Wow, what a bunt.
Olmsted did the right thing, letting it roll down the line, just hoping it would go foul. Rolls all the way and hits the third base bag.
Have you ever seen 3 consecutive bunts?
Not like that. You might just do this all the time now. They can bunt like this. I don't know why you'd even swing the bat anymore.
Yeah, and that leaves the bases loaded, and look who's coming up.
Cooper Jen, 2 for 2, or excuse me, 1 for 2 today. Poe in a sticky situation. Bases loaded, nobody out. Not bunting this time. Instead, sending one to center field. Paul under it. Runner will tag at third. The throw close, but not in time. As Peavy will score the go-ahead run in the 6th.
Yeah, it was cut off by the first baseman there. Allows the runner to get home.
Will go down as a sacrifice fly for Cooper Jen and an RBI. Leaves runners at first and second, only 1 down, and the Bulldogs have their first lead of the game.
A great offensive game plan.
Cole Cravens, the catcher, up to bat. Has an RBI in this game. Thought about bunting again. Pulls it back. Maybe to the relief of the Warhawks.
Hey, it's worked so far this inning, so I can see why Cravens put the attempt in.
Got a feel for Drew Olmstead, who's been on the receiving end of just perfect bunt after perfect bunt. It's got to be kind of a helpless feeling over there. Popped up directly sky high. And Olmstead will call it and make the catch. 2 down in the inning. So Poe getting the back-to-back outs he needed. And he'll deal with the bottom of the lineup. Spires coming up, 0 for 2 today. He's struck out and flown out. An inning where the Bulldogs have scored 2 to take the lead, their first one of the game. Still an opportunity with runners on first and second. First pitch misses inside.
A good eye there by Spires, trying to extend the inning and hopefully increase the lead for the Bulldogs.
Thought about the bunt again. Runners going, and there's nothing that Roy can do behind the plate. Double steal works to perfection, and now 2 in scoring position.
The Bulldogs are taking advantage any way that they can on the base paths.
We talked about earlier how this was not a team that stole bases last year. 350th in that category. Fly ball, left field. Black under it and makes the catch that finally ends the inning, but not before the Bulldogs plate 2 to take their first lead of the game. TLU with the 3-2 lead.
I chose TLU because I like the one-on-one that I get with my professors.
Being able to talk to all the professors one-on-one, they're definitely helpful in deciding like what I can do with my degree and then how to get into those different fields.
I liked the tour of the campus. Like, I liked seeing how everything was really close together. Our classes now from like first year and second year are all in the lab, so we have our own like space that we can go to for studying.
Well, I chose TLU because I had met some people who were in the program and they told me some good things about it. It's a smaller school, so I feel like I was going to get more of that one-on-one type of learning.
I get to, be more hands-on with patients and more engaged with my preceptors and my professors and my classmates as well.
Welcome back to Seguin, Texas. The top of the 7th, and the Bulldogs have their first lead of the game, and out to protect it is still Isaiah Ramirez. 96 pitches into his outing, comes out for the 7th.
Yeah, load management, I never heard of it.
That's not really how TLU does things. We'll get into that as this goes on. First pitch of the inning for Ramirez. Misses low. Sylvester up to the plate. Sylvester, who was 1 for 2 with a base hit. And grounds one past the dive and into center field for a base hit. Bourgois couldn't quite extend to get it.
Good attempt by Bourgois, but goes underneath his glove. Leadoff base runner for McMurray.
And now the bottom of the order, and Buski coming up to the plate. Talk about Isaiah Ramirez still being out there, getting towards 100 pitches. My personal experience with TLU's pitching philosophy was calling a game where TLU played Trinity in San Antonio. Brendan Beard started that game, and he finished it with 161 pitches.
Wow.
Not only that, he pitched an 11-inning complete game the week before.
Wow. You have to wonder if that's something that Kyle Palmer looks for when recruiting his players, his pitchers.
Of course, TLU with a number of good pitchers on this staff, including McGowan, who threw 3 complete games last year, so they'll throw until they can't throw anymore.
Yeah, a lot of workhorses on the mound.
Pulls back the bunt, takes a strike, count 0-1. McMurray with the tying run on first base right now in the form of Sylvester. Buski in the bottom of the order. Another pickoff attempt.
And the load management and pitch counts that a lot of players are on nowadays, a lot of older baseball fans don't really enjoy that, so they'd be big fans of this TLU squad.
They just throw until they can't throw anymore. Bunt bid, but it will go foul. Count 0-2. So you would assume bunting probably out of the question now. TLU has out-hit McMurray 7-4. McMurray has also committed 5 errors to TLU's 3. Just a lot more traffic for the Bulldogs, and they finally broke through to take the lead in the last frame. Now trying to hang on to that lead. Need 9 more outs to secure their first conference victory of the year. Breaking ball misses outside 1-2.
Yeah, the Bulldogs came close earlier in the game to score their runs, but finally take the lead in the 6th.
Here's a ball hit to center field. Ranging over and making the catch is Spires. Had to run a long way to get to that one, but does for out number 1.
Yeah, great run by center fielder Spires there. It is a lot of ground to cover in a cavernous outfield.
Mentioned how many triples get hit in this ballpark just because of how cavernous it is. That's a great way to describe it. Kind of reminds me of Arizona's ballpark a little bit. Triples Alley. Now the top of the order, Beckham Paul takes ball 1. The bluff throw from Cravens.
Yeah, Arizona's ballpark. A lot of ballparks have been constructed that way. The Rangers' recent ballpark, Globe Life Field, built pretty similarly.
Makes for some entertaining baseball, knowing you can score from first. Here's a ground ball past the dive and into left field. First hit of the day for Beckham Paul, who led the team in batting average coming into this one.
Yeah, when you're reading the stats earlier that they led everybody in triples last year, but didn't really steal that many bags, I was like, that's interesting, because you have to be fast to have triples. You would think that correlates to a lot of stolen bases, but now the ballpark definitely playing to their advantage.
McMurray, who came into this game leading Division III baseball in triples with 5 so far this year through 4 games played. First pitch misses low to Tatum Black, who's reached base all 3 times he's come up. A base hit and has been hit by a pitch twice. We'll take him how you can get him. I actually call that last pitch a strike, so 0-1. At least that's what the video board says. Now 0-2 after the foul ball.
Yeah, Black steps in. Not scared to get on base, and if he gets hit here, that'll load the bases up for McMurray.
Pitch outside edge called strike 3. Black protesting as he heads back to the dugout, but he's out number 2.
That's about the same location that we've been seeing kind of go 50-50 by the home plate umpire.
Yeah, at this point, you just got to protect when it's there. Colin Bruning, now the last chance for McMurray to tie the game in the frame. Strike 1. Bruning has reached on an E5, a fielder's choice, and also lined out to first base in a play that resulted in a double play. The 0-1. Strike called outside edge. Isaiah Ramirez now at 107 pitches. Trying to finish his 7th inning of work and protect this lead. Pitch outside. That almost looked like a pitch out of some sort.
Maybe he was trying to see what the runner on second was doing.
Now the 1-2. Foul ball. And goes out of play.
Bruning battling.
Runners on first and second. 2 down in the inning. McMurray down 1. Only 7 outs to play with. Here's a fly ball deep to center field, way back towards the wall. Diving, is the catch made? Yes, it is! Spires lays out to end the inning.
What a play by Spires there. Saving the lead for the Bulldogs.
Aiden Spires saving at least 2 runs and giving TLU an opportunity to hang on to their lead just a little bit longer. 3-2, Bulldogs have the lead as we'll stretch in Seguin.
Flow Sports has changed the game. We created the essential destination NCAA fans deserve. Together, Flow College and NCAA conferences, institutions, and teams have taken all collegiate sports to the next level.
Oh my
goodness! Back to Jones. She lets it fly from deep, and she buries it. Oh, a wraparound. He's got some speed down the sideline. Touchdown, Bulldogs!
The new collegiate record belongs to Parker Valby.
Looking in front, Stockfish, offload shot, score!
Smith making 3. That is crushed.
It's a touchdown!
Welcome back to Cat Isbell Field, where the Bulldogs have the 3-2 lead and a new arm on the mound for McMurray. It's David Perez. He's thrown 2.2 innings so far this year, 2 hits, 2 runs, none of them earned. And his first pitch will miss for ball 1. It's McMurray turning to their bullpen, trying to hold the deficit where it is. This pitch is driven out to right field. Not deep enough as Brewski makes the catch for out number 1. There's Bourgois flying out, and now Elizondo steps into the batter's box. So far in this game, hitless 0 for 3. Struck out, grounded out, and flown out. Pitch outside, ball 1.
Perez has been reliable in his 2 2/3 so far this season.
Ball driven into right field. Similar play, and the catch made again by Brewski.
Great performance by Poe today.
See if Brewski gets another one hit in his direction. Could be 3 for 3. This one hit the other way and foul. off the bat of Caleb Small, who had a base hit the last time he was up. TLU looking for an insurance run. Gonna have to do it with 2 outs. Pitch outside, 1-1. Trying to do something they struggled to do a lot last season. They went 1-11 against teams that ended up making the SCAC tournament. Foul ball to left field, not playable. Count now 0-2. But that was a big reason why it looked like early in the year that they were going to make the tournament. Had a pretty nice conference record, but ended up playing a lot of those teams late in the year they would eventually lose to. Pitch misses inside, 1-2.
Did that get a piece of him?
Doesn't look like it. Was close. But Small stepping into the batter's box once again. Nobody on, 2 down. Pitch from Perez. Lined up the middle into center field for a base hit. And the Bulldogs, if they want something with 2 outs, get what they need to get it going.
Great piece of hitting by Small there, able to dunk it into center field and extend the inning.
And it brings up Adam Peavy, a base hit the last time he was up. 1 for 2 in this game. He's also reached on an error. The man who was hitting over 700 coming into this game. An offense that lit up Howard Payne. This ball hit into center field. Beckham Paul ranging to his right and makes the catch. That will end the inning. So McMurry's bullpen coming through for his scoreless 7th. We'll head to the 8th here on TLU Plus. Bulldogs with the 1-run lead.
As an MAT student, you are an athletic trainer, and I think that's something really cool that we get to experience.
We're pretty hands-on. Anything that like our preceptor asks us to do, like we're able to do. Going out to practices and traveling to games.
We're doing evals, looking at them, helping them with their rehab protocols.
For me personally, I do a lot of hands-on where I'm speaking with the patients about how they feel, and so I feel like it's a lot of one-on-one interactions.
Knowing that I'm going to go into the clinic every day and I don't know who's going to walk through the door and what their problem's going to be, and that I get to be the one that tells them hey, this is what's wrong, but I can also help you, so here's a solution.
Welcome back to the campus of Texas Lutheran University, and guess who's still out there? Ramirez. 113 pitches into his outing, and he's still going. I told you, Colton. This is what they do.
Yeah, Ramirez, number 13, Friday the 13th. It's just his day.
Pitch inside to Scout Smith for ball 1. Smith hitless in this game so far, 0 for 3. That pitch catches the inside part of the plate, 1-1. Dealing with the middle of the McMurry lineup, going a 4th time through the order. Same pitch, same result, strike 2. The Warhawks, familiar with late inning heroics, trying to find some here. Pitch high, 2-2, and they're regional in California where they won all 3 games. 2 of them, they scored the winning run in the 9th inning or later. One of those games against Pomona Pitzer, the other one against the host school, Laverne. This ball driven, but way foul down the left field line.
And that's got to feel good when you know your team is capable of doing that and has the confidence going into the later innings, still down.
The 2-2. Fouled again in that same direction, this time on the ground. So far, Isaiah Ramirez, 5 hits, 2 runs, none of them earned. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 3 hit by pitch. And a lot of pitches thrown. This one chopped fair. Ramirez has to pick it up and field it himself. Throws in time! Fielding his position even after the heavy workload.
Great play by Ramirez there, setting his feet, taking his time, but still getting it over there fast enough and getting the first out of the inning.
So the 1-3 putout gets out number 1. Now Olmsted up to the plate. 0 for 3 in this game. He struck out, grounded out, and flown out, looking for his first hit. Pitch high, ball 1.
Ramirez doesn't look fatigued at all.
Still going strong. The 1-0. Strike called, 1-1. I remember talking to Coach Kyle Palmer 2 years ago for a series I called with them in it about how much they throw their guys. And they said they check in on them between innings. Says they're good, then they're good. Ball chopped the other way. And 2 away quickly on the grounder. And now Roy up to bat, the catcher. 1 for 3. The 1 hit, a base hit. Strike called. 5 hits given up. So far, none of them extra base hits for Ramirez. Big thing that's helped him today. The 0-1. Fouled off the end of the bat. And quickly 0-2.
And that's always great to build upon. You're in the lead right now. You play for the win. Don't allow any extra base hits. You can build upon that.
Chopper foul. Count remains 0-2. McMurray maybe just hoping for a different pitcher at this point. I don't know if they're going to get it, though. Pop up. Peavy calling from first. That ends the top of the 8th. Isaiah Ramirez, 130 pitches strong, protecting his lead as we head to the bottom of the frame. TLU up 3-2. Welcome back. Bottom of the 8th here at Texas Lutheran University. Bulldogs looking for an insurance run as they're up to bat. Sprenzel will lead things off. 2 for 3 in this game with 2 base hits.
Yeah, TLU hoping to pad their lead here.
Sends a high fly ball to left center. And the catch made by Black, the left fielder. 1 out, 1 pitch. Good way to start the inning for Perez.
Seems as the approach, it's the same as Poe. Let him hit it in the air. The wind's blowing in. Should hold up long enough for your fielders to make the play.
Michael Barrera up to the plate. 3 for 3 in this game. 3 base hits. Take strike 1. Breaking ball misses. Count 1-1. The Bulldogs have had a significant amount of traffic in this game with 8 hits. Reached by way of 5 errors as well. This pitch cleaned out, but foul. Brings the count to 1-2. A lot of guys left on base, but enough runs brought in where TLU has the lead. Pitch on the outside edge. Doesn't get the call.
Yeah, you just got to go back to the 6th inning with those 3 consecutive bunts.
6th inning where the Bulldogs scored the 2 runs they needed. This hit the other way off the glove of the diving Bruning. And that should go down as the 4th base hit for Barrera.
Yeah, just ricocheted off of Bruning's glove over near the second baseman. Allows the Bulldogs to get a runner here with 1 away.
Cooper Jen coming up to the plate. 1 for 2. A single and a sacrifice fly that drove in a run. Fouled off the end of the bat. 0-1. Haven't really had any bunts since that 6th inning of just 4 bunts just placed perfectly in a row down that third base line. Pitch from Perez. And here's a line drive into center field, and it falls. Base hit going to second as the throw goes to third, and that'll wind up being a double.
Yeah, heads up base running by Jen there.
Cooper Jen going to second base. The throw going to third to try to nab Barrera. And if I'm not mistaken, of the Bulldogs now 10 hits, that one is the first extra base hit for them.
Yes, that is correct. It's got to be reassuring for TLU to know that you can score runs in so many different ways with your offense constructed the way it is.
Now Cole Cravens up to bat. Runners on second and third. First pitch high for ball 1. Bulldogs trying to put this out of reach. 3 outs away from going 1-0 in conference play. These 2 teams met last year. McMurry took the series 2-1. It was the only victory TLU managed against teams that made the SCAC tournament. Pitch outside, 2-0. They've doubled up McMurry in hits 10-5 and been the recipient of 5 errors from this McMurry defense. The infield in to cut down a run. Chopper over the head of the third baseman, and that'll bring in 1 run. Here comes another in to score. And it's 5-2 TLU. Cravens with the 2 RBI single.
Yeah, Barrera and Cooper Jen running hard, not looking back, scoring, and TLU pads the lead here. My apologies. Just got over the head of Olmsted at third base.
Well, they had the infield in, and that's what ended up being the difference. Olmsted being on the lip of the grass there. Bounces right over his head. Here's a bunt popped into the air. Olmsted charging in, trying to catch it. Just not close enough.
They heard you asking for more bunts.
Well, that one nearly worked. Just got to get it down. 3 consecutive hits for the Bulldogs. 2 singles and a double. Now 2 runs in this inning. Strike called on the outside edge. Spires, the 9-hole hitter, up. 0 for 3 in this game. 2 flyouts and a strikeout. Pitch just misses the outside part of the plate. 1-2.
We've got to feel a little bit for Perez. You know, the Jen doesn't move to second base unless that throw from center field goes to third base.
Swing and a miss. It's been indicative of what we've seen a lot. That's a strikeout there from Perez. Out number 2. Just the defense a little bit off. 8 total errors in this game. And then that one, a mistake on where to throw the ball into the infield.
Yeah, and that's great for Perez, you know, coming back after allowing those 2 runs and getting a strikeout here.
Maybe a communication issue with the helmet of Roy. He's going into the dugout.
Looks like they are giving him high fives.
So maybe making a change. And it looks like that's what's happening.
It's Tanner Hollis putting on catcher's gear. Looks like he's going to be the backstop the rest of the way for McMurray.
Tanner Hollis making his 2nd appearance of the season. Don't know what happened with Roy. The sudden exit in the middle of the inning. Maybe an injury of some kind on that last pitch. Tough to tell either way. The change is made. Gotta wonder how that's going to be for Perez adjusting to a new catcher in the middle of the inning.
Yeah, he'll get a couple warm-up throws here to Hollis.
Roy able to walk fine to the dugout. Didn't notice anything. Maybe an upper body injury of some kind.
Yeah, his teammates embraced him, high-fived him. It's interesting happening with 2 outs. Hopefully he's all right if it is an injury.
Well, Hollis comes in as the new catcher for the top of the lineup. Bourgois stepping into the batter's box. A base hit the last time he was up. Runner goes from first. The throw not in time. So immediately the new catcher comes into the game. First pitch, they're running on him.
Yeah, how about testing Hollis right away? TLU maybe emphasizing more stolen bases this year. They get one there.
Ground ball past the dive of Olmsted and into left field. Runner coming around and will score easily. Digging in for 3. Out. Bourgois tried to stretch that into a triple. It ends the inning, but not before another run comes in for TLU. A 3-run bottom of the 8th to set up the top of the 9th where they can close it out next on TLU Plus.
As an MAT student, you are an athletic trainer, and I think that's something really cool that we get to experience.
We're pretty hands-on. Anything that like our preceptor asks us to do, like we're able to do. Going out to practices and traveling to games.
We're doing evals, looking at them, helping them with their rehab like protocols.
For me personally, I do a lot of like hands-on where I'm like speaking with the patients about how they feel. And so I feel like it's a lot of like one-on-one interactions.
Knowing that I'm going to go into the clinic every day and I don't know who's going to walk through the door and what their problem's going to be, and that I get to be the one that tells them like, hey, this is what's wrong, but I can also help you, so here's a solution.
Welcome back to Seguin, Texas. The Bulldogs have the 4-run lead after they score 3 in the bottom of the 8th, and Isaiah Ramirez will try and close out a complete game, allowing no earned runs.
Yeah, it's great to get the insurance runs last half inning, and Ramirez trying to finish it off.
Faces Hollis, who's newly into the game at catcher, takes strike 1. So kind of an unfortunate position, getting thrown right into the game and then leading off the next inning.
Yeah, tested on the first pitch of his game.
But sends a line drive into right field, and it's going to find the gap, rolling to the wall, and Hollis sprinting into second base with a stand-up double. What a way to enter the game offensively.
He is fired up. Turned to the McMurry dugout and made some hand motions. As you said, this McMurray team isn't going to give up anytime soon.
And now Sylvester will come up to the plate. And is that going to be it? Ramirez started the 9th inning. And it looks like that might be his day. 130 pitches, just maybe a bit too much for him, as TLU will make their first call to the bullpen of this one. He'll leave this game pitching 8 innings, allowing no earned runs. What an impressive performance for Isaiah Ramirez.
Great outing for number 13. Fans are cheering. Teammates are excited to greet him as he heads back to the dugout.
As they make the change, we'll step away on TLU Plus.
Flow Sports has changed the game. We created the essential destination NCAA fans deserve. Together, Flow College and NCAA conferences, institutions, and teams have taken all collegiate sports to the next level.
Oh my goodness!
Back to Jones. She lets it fly from deep, and she buries it. Oh, a wrap around. He's got some speed down the sideline. Touchdown, Bulldogs!
The new collegiate record belongs to Parker Valby.
Looking in front, Stockfish, offload shot, score! Smith making 3. That is crushed. It's a touchdown!
Welcome back. McMurray down to their final 3 outs and facing a new pitcher for the first time in this game, Cody Andrade. He's thrown 4 innings so far this season, allowed 1 earned run, struck out 4, only walked 1 batter. As Sylvester steps into the batter's box with a runner on second. Nobody out. First pitch finds the zone for strike 1.
Backdoor breaking ball there.
Hollis waiting on second base after his leadoff double. First extra base hit of the night for the Warhawks. Breaking ball just misses the outside part of the plate. 1-1. Sylvester has reached base all 3 times he's come up. A walk, a base hit, and a hit by pitch. Pitch outside, 2-1. Talked about the late inning magic that McMurray has had in the past, though 4 runs, a lot to overcome. Andrade Misses outside, 3-1. McMurray's walked a lot this season and more than nearly anybody last year, but only one walk today. An opportunity for their second of the game to put the tying run on deck.
Cooper Jen and Tanner Hollis hopping back and forth, second base, trying to distract Andrade.
The count runs full, 3-2. Inside on the hands, a hit by pitch.
Are they going to call it a foul ball?
Yeah, maybe. I think that's what they're calling. Josh Lee slowly stepping out of the dugout, wondering what's going on. Sylvester has the bat in his hands again. Maybe they're saying it caught the knob.
Seems like it. Sylvester seems like he was pretty upset talking to the umpire, understandably so. Thought he had a base there.
I mean, you're going off purely sound at that point. If you heard it hit the knob, and now the three-man crew will come in and discuss. And they're staying with their call. Foul ball. We'll do the full count pitch again. McMurray thought they had runners on first and second there. Sylvester standing in the batter's box again, though. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's strike 3. And that has to double the frustration for Sylvester in that situation.
Yeah, great pitch by Andrade coming back and getting the strikeout. One away here now.
Now the bottom of the lineup, Buski. 1 for 2, a base hit and 2 flyouts. 1 down in the inning. Pitch inside, ball 1. The Warhawks trying to put this together. Only 2 outs to work with. They've been out hit 12-6 in this game. Their starter, Hunter Poe, went 6 innings. TLU starter goes 8 in Ramirez. Pitch bends back into the zone. Strike to even the count. Hollis patiently waiting at second, hoping to be driven in. That ball hit deep to left field. Will it be fair? If it is, it's gone. But it's a foul ball. Tough to tell from our angle how far that was away from the pole.
Yeah, driven deep down there, down the left field line. But
it's a pretty tough sky tonight, so tough to see the ball in the air. Really just reading the left fielder, and he was kind of close to that pole, maybe closer than TLU would want. Now a 1-2 pitch. And a timeout granted.
yeah, after hitting a ball that far, step out and sort of rethink about your approach.
The 1-2 after the timeout. Breaking ball misses the zone and evens the count at 2 apiece. It's one thing that you know, even if the lineup is completely different from last year with this Warhawks team, they're not going to give in. Every at-bat is going to be with purpose right to the end. The 2-2. Outside edge, just a bit too much. Andrade wanted the call. And now the countdown count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. TLU 2 outs away from a comeback victory. Pitch outside. And ball 4. Mabuski working the 1-out walk. Runners on first and second. And the lineup will flip over.
Great eye by Buski there, able to lay off that. That's, again, that pitch that has kind of gone 50-50 from the home plate umpire.
Beckham Paul up to the plate. Flew out in his first 3 at-bats, but got the base hit the last time he was up. Came into this game hitting nearly .390. Runners on first and second. The tying run is on deck with 1 out in the 9th. Pitch bends into the zone for strike 1.
Yeah, Andrade's thrown that pitch a couple times during this inning. He's locating it well.
Reminder that there will be the second game of this doubleheader right after this one. Ground ball into right field and past the diving Jen. Hollis coming around to home. The throw, the tag, out. A little too ambitious on the base running. Would have loaded the bases with 1 out. Instead, nabbed at the plate.
Yeah, what a throw there by Small.
And it looks like Cooper Jen is still down.
I hope he didn't roll up underneath his leg.
Maybe injured himself diving. TLU trying to hang on to this victory. The throw from Small, cutting down the run, wasn't even close at the plate, but all the concern right now with Cooper Jen. That ball just under his glove.
And Jen drove in the run with the sacrifice fly to take the lead. Really's made all the difference. He's back on his feet now.
See if he remains in the game. Looks like as of now he is. Though truthfully, if you're TLU, being 1 out away from the victory, up 4 runs, don't know if there's any sense in playing him for the final out. Seems good to go though. And now Tatum Black, the last hope for McMurray. Runners on first and second, 2 down in the inning. First pitch above the zone, ball 1. Black, 1 hit in this game. He's reached base 3 times. He's been hit by a pitch twice. Struck out the last time he was up. Now 2-0 after that pitch misses.
Yeah, Black's got to be happy that Ramirez isn't in the game after being hit twice.
Worked inside a lot on him. More than Black would like. 2-0. And now 3-0. The Warhawks already with 1 walk. That was going to be a matchup that was kind of interesting with how much McMurray walks. TLU 309th in walks allowed last season. Trend that they were going to want to kick before this series in particular. And now Kyle Palmer will walk out to the mound for a quick meeting. Texas Lutheran 1 out away from securing this victory.
Hopefully this gives Jen a little bit of time to kind of stretch his legs out. If it was his leg that he kind of hurt on that play.
Well, you wonder if this hurts too, though, just because of the adrenaline aspect of it, whether that makes you feel the injury more. Jen walking back out to his spot at second base. Doesn't seem to be limping too much, so that's a good sign.
Mm-hmm. He bends over and stretches it a bit.
Tatum Black back into the batter's box. Ahead in the count, 3-0. Trying to, if nothing else, work the 3rd walk of the game for McMurray. Takes a strike.
Good job by Andrade coming back with the strike there.
Andrade trying to close the door for the Bulldogs. Strike called. Black was walking to first base. Thought he had ball 4. Instead, he gets the bad news.
Lots of movement on that pitch. Caught the strike zone perfectly.
Full count. Runners will be on the move with 2 down. Andrade. No call made, and now it's ball 4. Even Black was looking back at the umpire like, was it a strike?
Yeah, there's been a couple of late calls on strike 3s. It's a right to check, but...
Like, am I good? Yeah, we're good. Heads to first base, second walk of the inning. And now the tying run up to the plate for McMurray. It's exactly who they would want it to be. Colin Bruning. Take strike 1.
And Bruning has hit the ball hard so far today. He's hoping to get one hit hard enough into the air and cut through the wind.
Pitch inside, 1-1.
You got to wonder how Kyle Palmer's feeling making the pitching change. Ramirez was cruising for such a long time.
Fly ball left field. Drifting back on it is Barrera. Makes the catch, and that ends the ball game. Texas Lutheran starts their SCAC season 1-0.
Yeah, all around great victory, come from behind. The offensive strategy in the 6th inning with 3 consecutive bunts working out. Great gritty win for the Bulldogs.
A comeback victory. They were down 2-1 in the 6th inning. A 2-run frame in the 6th. And a 3-run 8th inning. The difference in this one as they get the win 6-2. Isaiah Ramirez, your winning pitcher. 8 innings, 0 earned runs allowed. And Hunter Poe will take the loss for McMurray when it's all said and done. That's it for us on TLU Plus. We encourage you to stick around for the second half of this doubleheader as these 2 teams will square off once again. Texas Lutheran trying to win the series.
Monica Sidichet here with Mike and Isaiah after their win against McMurry 6-2 in the doubleheader game. So Isaiah pitched pretty much all 9 innings except for kind of the end, towards the end of it. He pitched over 130 pitches and Mike went 4-4 at bat today. So guys, first of all, congratulations. McMurry is a really tough ranked team. So how are you feeling about this first win?
I think it's really exciting, just facing a good team and facing the #1 Giant, just getting him out of the way. I think it's really a good feeling about it.
Yeah, it's great. It feels great. We came out here treating them like any other team. No matter if they're ranked. We practice here every day, so came out here ready to do our job.
And also, this is a doubleheader game, as I mentioned previously. So how are you guys wanting to go into this game mentally? Because you have the game tomorrow, but you also have the game right now to worry about.
I think just keeping our heads down and just working hard, just having good at-bats, who cares who's on the mound, we're going to have good at-bats against this guy and just keep the momentum up.
Yeah, we come in here, we get a win, we celebrate, but just like another game, we got to keep going, keep pushing.
Well, thank you guys, and make sure to stay tuned for the doubleheader.
Welcome into Cat Isbell Field, TLU baseball, as we get ready for the nightcap of the doubleheader here versus McMurry. First pitch fouled away by the leadoff man. That's Beckham Paul. 2 strikes now. TLU won the first game. And the pitch swung on and fouled. Count stays the same.
Beckham Paul hitting leadoff in this game. Talked about it a little bit in the last one, how he's relied on a little more as a middle of the order bat.
And that ball hit down the left field line. And a great running play by Michael Barrera.
Barrera had a little bit of action in that first game. We saw him have to make a couple of plays. The best one made out in center field, obviously, but all these outfielders have had a lot of work with the wind blowing in. Nothing really over their heads.
Yeah, a lot of things hit in the air. Jack Graham's on the mound for TLU. Left-handed pitcher. Here's his first pitch to the second batter. That is Tatum Black, playing left field for McMurry. Stands from the right side. He taps one. Back to the pitcher, Grames. He'll flip it underhand to the first baseman, Adam Peavy, and that'll be the second out of the inning.
Graham's having to field his position early. You always wonder how that affects a pitcher who's getting into their start right away, already having a ball hit at him like that. But ready to go on it, just the easy underhand flip.
Yeah, it gets the blood flowing and allows him to have 2 away here. Third batter here for McMurray is Colin Bruning. First pitch misses inside, ball 1. Second offering catches the top part of the zone. 1-1 count.
Bruning's the reigning SCAC first year of the year. 2 of the 9 guys that are returning from last year's regular lineup.
Yeah, not a lot of returners for McMurray as this ball is fouled on the right side. It will go out of play. And now 2 strikes on Bruning. Now you mentioned a lot of turnover for McMurray. Relatively young team, but in the polls, a lot of expectations for them, like ranked 18th and 22nd.
You know, that's kind of weird for them because it's a program that, we mentioned it earlier, it only won 1 playoff game before last year. All of a sudden they have their best year in program history by far, and now there's a little bit of expectation going into this year.
Grames misses outside. Full count now on Bruning, hoping to extend the inning here for McMurray. And here's the payoff. That misses up high. So Bruning walked here with 2 away, and that's going to bring out Scout Smith, the third baseman for McMurray. TLU in their home whites. McMurray in their road grays with their secondary color maroon. The pitch from Grames misses up high. A 1-0 count to Scout Smith.
I'm curious to see how much emphasis Grams puts on the runner at first base, because we saw that a lot in the first game with really both starting pitchers really worried, doing a lot of check-ins on that runner at first base.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of throwovers, saw a lot of mistakes happen, and, you know, I'm sure both coaches are trying to eliminate the amount of errors that they had. That pitch misses outside. 2 balls now to Smith.
I've been on this a lot at the Division III level. I don't understand the point of the pickoff. I feel like it works poorly more than it does well, especially at this level, and we saw that with TLU where the mistake was made.
As that pitch is swung on and hit foul, it's playable for the catcher. He tries to reach out but can't come up with it. So a foul ball. It'll end up a strike. 2-1 count to Scout Smith.
Yeah, that's always a tough play as a catcher. I mean, think about the extra steps that you have to go through as opposed to the other fielders. You have to throw off your mask, and the sky's a little better. If this had been in Game 1, that would have been even harder just because of the twilight clouds that we had. The ball just kind of gets lost there. I also think it's kind of underrated how much that thing moves in the air when it's coming down.
Absolutely, and Craven's catching his second game in a row. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Grames. Lifts and delivers. Misses up high. 3 balls and 1 strike to Smith. Smith steps out. Comes back in, taps the plate. And we resume here with a 3-1 count. The left-hander comes home. And that's swung on by Smith. The left side of the infield. It's playable in foul territory, but hoping to avoid a collision. Cravens and Elizondo couldn't come up with the ball. That's just going to go as a strike. Foul ball.
You know, we talked about the defense and how much it struggled in Game 1. 8 total errors in that game between the two teams. And, you know, those aren't errors, but those are just plays that you really want to have when you're playing defense. I mean, the inning's over. There's a chance that McMurry can extend it now just because those balls hit the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see if that comes back to bite the Bulldogs. Graham sets. And the payoff, full count. Misses up high. So back-to-back walks as Bruning and Smith both end up aboard. And that's going to bring up the shortstop, Noah Solis.
And we talked about this in Game 1, how much McMurry walked last year. 6th most in the country in terms of total walks. Didn't really do that in the first game. A lot of hit by pitches. They had a lot of patient at-bats, just not really rewarded. Only 3 walks in that first game. Already 2 here, maybe getting back to their offensive identity.
Graham's first pitch to Solis. Misses up high. Ball 1. Yeah, Solis looking for his first hit of the year. As Coach Kyle Palmer's going to come out and talk to Grames. See how things are going on the mound. Hopefully settle down his left-hander in the early going.
And we saw some of this with Ramirez, and we had he lasted 8 innings, obviously. They had a couple of meetings, and one of them was after there were some errors. And there are no errors in this inning, but, you know, a couple of foul balls that were playable. If you're a pitcher, you're probably thinking that should be an out. And, you know, you're the one who walked these next 2 guys, obviously, so that's controllable on your part. But at the same time, you're maybe thinking, hey, I should be out of this. One thing to note is that after each of the meetings we've seen Kyle Palmer make, the next pitch has been a strike. We'll see if that pattern continues here.
Yeah, Jack Grames hopefully believes so. Solis steps back in. It's a 1-0 count. And that's swung on. Shallow center field. It's the second baseman, Cooper Jen. Calls for it, makes the play, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. So Jack Graham's able to get out of trouble despite allowing 2 base runners. This is TLU baseball. We're headed to the bottom of the 1st. Welcome back into Seguin, Texas, Cat Isabel Field. TLU baseball versus the McMurry Warhawks. Chase Bourgois leads things off for the Bulldogs. He's playing at shortstop today. Same lineup as the first game. And on the mound, it's Braden Durst for McMurray. First pitch misses. Correction, strike to Bourgois.
There was some interesting delayed calls in this game, particularly on like deciding pitches.
Yeah. That pitch in there for a strike. Braden Durst comes in with a 6.50 ERA. He's 1-0 on the year. That pitch misses down low.
And I think what's going to be interesting at a Dirts, because this was a team in McMurray that really relied on its top two starters last year, Poe and Wendell, and it took them pretty far, further than they've ever been. And Dirts is going to have to try and step into that role.
Yeah, absolutely, trying to develop more of the pitching staff. That pitch misses and levels out the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bourgois.
And that was something, like their pitching depth is ultimately what got them eliminated last year. They just didn't have enough arms to compete with Trinity in the end.
That pitch fouled away by Bourgois.
Because we know they can swing it. They were one of the best offenses in the league last year. They had those 2 starters. But once Trinity, having called that game last year, seemed to get past those guys, the floodgates kind of open. We'll see how much depth they have this year. I think that could be encouraging.
Here's the payoff, and that's swung on and missed. Bourgois goes down as the first out for the TLU Bulldogs, and that's going to bring up the third baseman Matthew Elizondo for his first at-bat here in the second game. Durst, also a left-handed pitcher. His first pitch to Elizondo swung on and missed. Strike 1.
Yeah, I almost kind of like the idea of having the righty and the lefty back-to-back in the same day like that. Just changes the look for the batters.
Elizondo connects with this pitch, lifts it to shallow center field. That's the shortstop. Solis making the play, and there's 2 away now here in the bottom of the first.
It's interesting that McMurray's changing a lot of their infield. I think that's just something you do early in the year, give guys different looks, and it also means they have a lot of guys that they can trust in those positions in the regular season.
Yeah, getting a lot of fresh reps early on, making sure that everybody kind of stays fresh and prepared, especially utility players. It's the first pitch. Caleb Small now steps in. The right fielder takes strike 1 from Durst. Batting from the left side. Second pitch off speed, misses up high.
Now, we talk about the offense with this guy, and like a lot of impressive numbers, as you said, anything but small. But probably the biggest play he made in that first game was the throw from right field to cut off the run in the 9th inning.
Yeah, very important play, and ensuring that TLU really stayed in command of that game. That pitch called a strike.
Because tying runs on deck with 1 out if he doesn't make that play.
1-2 now. Small swings and hits it to right center field. It's going to drop in there for a base hit and roll to the fence. Small's around first. He's headed through second. He's going for third. And he's in there. A 2-out triple for Caleb Small. He extends the inning, and Adam Peavy will step up to the plate.
Oh, the TLU triple specialists right back at it in their home ballpark. They had 26 triples last year that led Division III baseball, and you kind of see why, how much grass is in behind the right fielder there. I mean, they really take advantage of that, and they have enough speed to get to third base, and they get their first one of this game.
Yeah, 380 out there in right center field. Center field 405. Here's the first pitch to Peavy. And that swung on. First pitch swinging into right field. He'll dunk it in for a single, and that's an RBI single. Small comes to score the first run of the ball game, and the Bulldogs lead 1-0.
And you see what makes Adam Peavy just such a great hitter, why he was hitting over 700 coming into today. That's just an inside-out swing going the other way. Like, that's not conventional. That's a pitch that got in on his hands, and he was still able to rifle it towards first base. That's just a really good hitter.
Absolutely. Great piece of hitting, and now Braden Spensel comes in. First pitch to Spensel. Misses down low, ball 1. Spensel came into the day batting .500. That's from the left side. And that pitch sliced foul down the left field side.
And I think this series is really interesting for TLU in determining how good is this offense actually, because they scored 8 runs in every game against Howard Payne. But, that was Howard Payne. This is a team that was a couple wins away from the College World Series. Can your offense sustain itself here? So far, it's been a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. That pitch fouled at the plate. Strike 2. Yeah, absolutely, especially the way that they won the first game, playing a lot of small ball before their offense really kind of unlocked, and they were able to score some more runs.
I'll stand by this. If they can bunt like that every time, they should just do it.
Absolutely.
Make the third baseman play it on the grass. That's
pickoff attempt by Durst. Throw to first. Runner's not going. PV gets back. And Sprenzel waits. The 1-2 offering. It's popped foul and out of play on the left side.
Seems like they're working Sprenzel a little bit on his inside, because both of his hits in the last game were opposite field, just kind of let the ball travel, hits it into left. I think they're going to make him pull the ball now.
And here's the pitch. And once again fouled away. The count remains the same, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The inning is to continue. Michael Barrera on deck. He's the left fielder today. We saw that play out in left field that he made running. Great defensive play.
And he had 3 or 4 hits in the last game too. Yeah, all singles.
And here's the 1-2. And again, Sprenzel fouls it away and stays tough. It's still a 1-2 count. And that one's rifled into the TLU dugout. Fouled by Sprenzel.
Yeah, maybe a close call there. That kind of hopped over everybody's heads. You don't want to wonder what would happen if that were a little lower.
Runner trying to gauge a throw, and it does come in. It gets away from the first baseman.
That's interesting. I wonder if he would have had it. I think he might have had a shot at getting the second base on that. It was close.
Yeah, PV decided to stay.
But, if you think about it with 2 outs, you almost want to, there's 2 logics that can go into this, but I almost, want to push it and put the runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
Here's the 1-2 once again, and again, Sprenzel fouls it away. Yeah, that was Bruning at first base. Throw just got away from him.
The other thing with PV is he hasn't attempted a stolen base all year yet, at least coming into this game. I forget if he had one in the first game or not. So he seems like he's just kind of bluffing and trying to get his head right now.
Trying to get into Durst's head, yeah. The 1-2 offering once more. And that one is lifted into center field. And a diving attempt by the center fielder, Paul Beckham. And he can't come up with it. The runner's going to come around to score from first base. So Adam Peavy scores, and it's a 2-0 lead for the TLU Bulldogs.
And that is always the risk you run in center field when you lay out for a ball like that, is that it can get behind you. Because you got to make a decision as a center fielder in that position. Am I just giving up the hit? Am I letting it fall in front of me and then holding the runner? Or am I laying out and trying to end the inning? And, it didn't work out for him. He thought he could make the catch. But with 2 outs, you wonder if it would have just been better off to let that ball check up in front of you, have runners at first and second with 2 outs instead.
Yeah, so an RBI double scores Adam Peavy. And Michael Barrera now steps up to the plate. He's playing left field. Runner on second. Fouls the first pitch right side. Out of play. Now 1 strike. One at bat by Sprenzel.
He just kept battling. How many pitches did he foul off? Like 4?
That's what it seemed like. Trying to see if the live stats might have that. The 1-strike pitch to Barrera is sliced down the right field line, but it's going to go foul. So close to keeping that one a fair ball, and that would have probably been another TLU extra base hit. To this inning, that was Caleb Small's triple. And Braden Sprenzel's RBI double. 2 strikes now on Barrera. Here's the pitch. That's chopped right back to Durst, who makes a play, and he will run it most of the way before tossing it to Bruning for the final out. But TLU takes the lead 2-0. We're headed to the top of the second.
Ready?
TLU men's basketball team. And you're watching Old Dog with New Tricks.
We're back in Seguin, Texas, top of the second. TLU with a 2-0 lead over McMurray. And leading off the inning is the DH, Kamchev, for McMurray. First pitch in there, called strike 1.
Now, it's kind of an interesting lineup decision. You know, somebody who didn't play in the first game, and, you know, it's good to rotate people in and out, but put somebody in the middle of the order who didn't play at all in the first game.
And that
really
pitch,
just experimenting right now.
Yeah. That pitch cut on and missed, 2 strikes. I think they're probably still trying to find their footing in the early going. 2-strike pitch is swung on and grounded. Cooper Jean sliding to his left and tossing it on to Adam Peavy at first, and that's the first out of the inning. What a play by Cooper Jen there.
Oh, I don't know about you, Colton, but he looks fine to me. We were wondering if there was an injury concern after he was diving for a ball in the 9th inning of the last game. He looks pretty healthy to me right now.
Yeah, we were afraid that there was some tightness in his legs. He was stretching it out, but he seems fine here. Here's Tanner Hollis.
That was smooth, too, the way he slid up like that.
Looked like Trey Turner.
Absolutely.
Here's Tanner Hollis, the catcher. We saw him come in Game 1, replacing Roy. That pitch fouled away. It's a 1-1 count.
Yeah, and then he had the lead off the next inning and immediately gives McMurray their first extra base hit of the day. So we'll see what he has in store for us in this game.
Yeah, he was fired up. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. So Grames ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hollis waits. And the 1-2. Misses outside. Even count now, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
But that's just got to be such a tough position to lose your catcher in the middle of a game. Like, because that's the position on defense that really just, like, runs everything. So to have that one switch in the middle of an inning, just
with 2 away in the 8th.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I would assume he was going to catch this game anyway, so that plan probably stays intact.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch misses just high. A full count now. Graham's looking for the strikeout. And the full count offering. Hollis lifts that one into right field. And that is caught by Small out there in right field. So 2 away now. And that's going to bring up Jeremiah Enriquez, second baseman for McMurray. So far it's been an efficient outing for Jack Grames.
Yeah, no runs on the board. I think it also helps that he got the lead right away. I mean, that was something that they didn't get in the last game. Had to come back in the 6th inning in order to take the lead there. But I think it always helps your starting pitcher when you're working with a little cushion right off the bat.
Definitely. Here's the first pitch to Enriquez. He swings and knocks that one into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. The first hit for McMurray. He tries to stretch it into a double, and he is tagged out. What a throw by the left fielder. That was Barrera, Michael Barrera, getting it into the second baseman, Jen, and that ends the inning. So TLU baseball, McMurray picks up their first hit, but TLU still leads 2-0.
I chose TLU because I like the one-on-one that I get with my professors.
Being able to talk to all the professors one-on-one, they're definitely helpful in deciding like what I can do with my degree and then how to get into those different fields.
I liked the tour of the campus. Like I liked seeing how everything was really close together. Our classes now from like first year and second year are all in the lab, so we have our own like space that we can go to for studying.
Well, I chose TLU because I had met some people who were in the program and they told me some good things about it. It's a smaller school, so I feel like I was going to get more of that one-on-one type of learning.
I get to, be more hands-on with patients and more engaged with my preceptors and my professors and my classmates as well.
Braden Durst on for his second inning of work for McMurray as Cooper Jen steps in for TLU. First pitch swung on and missed. 1 strike to Jen. What a play by Jen last inning.
Yeah, really smooth sliding. We said it was kind of like Trey Turner, but I think the biggest thing is that we were concerned about that injury, whether he had one or not, and he seems to be just fine. I don't expect there to be any lingering issues here at the plate either.
Yeah, absolutely. Checks a swing there. Did not go. So 1 ball and 1 strike. We have a level count to Jen. Catcher Cole Craven's on deck. Here's the 1-1. And umpire calls a strike on that one.
That's probably going to be it might have been a strike, but Jen clearly didn't think so because he twisted out of the way of it a little bit.
He leaned in, tried to get away, but it's called a strike. The 1-2 misses down low.
It's like if you're twisting out of the way of a pitch, you're like, okay, that's a ball. And then, no, it's not. And I don't even know if it was the incorrect call. He's kind of huddling in on the batter's box there.
Steps out, comes back in. Braden Durst back on the bump. Looks, sets, and fires. And that misses just outside. So a full count now to Cooper Jen. Trying to get aboard as the leadoff runner for the TLU Bulldogs.
That's going to be an interesting part of the play because I know that the umpires have rotated, but that was the question area. We'll see what it is now.
He swings at that one. Full count offering fouled back on the right side.
There's always a question area where it's like, this is the one spot where it's like, could go either way. I don't think we figured out what it is yet. We figured it out pretty early in the last game. It was going to be that outside edge to right-handed hitters.
Braden Durst was probably hoping they didn't rotate so we could just hit that spot. As that pitch is inside and gets away from the catcher, Hollis, and allows Cooper Jen, it would have been ball 4 anyways, but allows him to get to first base. And that's going to bring up Cole Cravens, the catcher.
Yeah, that's just a tough way to start this inning. I mean, after giving up 2 runs in the last one, you really wanted to get some momentum going by getting that first out, and not able to do it there.
Jen aboard at first. Craven swings at the first pitch. He grounds it to the second baseman. On to second for 1. Back to first. And a double play. So TLU grounds into a double play. Jen is erased. And there are 2 away. Aiden Spires, the center fielder, heads up to the plate.
And you almost wonder if that's the play that McMurray's defense needed. They committed 5 errors in that first game, and this was a team that had the second most double plays in Division III baseball last season, and a lot of those guys are gone now, so these new guys need to step in and have similar production.
Absolutely. The first pitch to Spires. Misses down low. It's a ball.
You also wonder if it's going to help Dirtz have more confidence in his defense behind him. I mean, he's sitting in the dugout watching what's going on, right? But that double play, really well done, right? Maybe some confidence all around McMurray after that.
That pitch misses up high, ball 2. Yeah, you really saw Poe pitch to his fielders, especially in the air.
Yeah.
Because of the wind blowing in. So now maybe this gives Durst the confidence to allow his fielders to make plays. As Spires swings and hits that one into right center field, the right fielder, Buski, is underneath it. He'll make the play, and that will end the inning. So despite a promising start to the second inning, the Bulldogs go quietly. It's still 2-0 TLU.
Flow Sports has changed the game. We created the essential destination NCAA fans deserve. Together, Flow College and NCAA conferences, institutions, and teams have taken all collegiate sports to the next level.
Oh my
goodness! Back to Jones. She lets it fly from deep, and she buries it. Oh, a wraparound. He's got some speed down the sideline. Touchdown, Bulldogs!
The new collegiate record belongs to Parker Valby.
In front, Stockfish, offload shot, score!
Smith making 3. That is crushed.
It's a touchdown!
Top of the third inning here at Cat Isbell Field. McMurray heads to the plate. Jack Graham still on the hill for TLU. And if history tells us anything, he's got a long ways to go.
Yeah, you can say that.
First pitch swinging. And that is dunked into right field for a base hit. That was Caden Buski, the right fielder for McMurray, leading off the inning with a base hit. And that's going to bring up the leadoff man, Beckham Paul. So back to the top of the order for McMurray, runner on. Grahams will toss over to first, make sure that Buski isn't going anywhere.
You think about last year with McMurray, like they had the SCAC Player of the Year, they had just so many great upperclassmen, and now you have like these underclassmen like Beckham Paul, they're having to step into these situations. I think they're going to have to get familiar with it over the course of the year, like, you know, what it's like to lead off an inning.
First pitch to Paul misses outside. Yeah, I think that, you hope that the upperclassmen really showed off their leadership skills and sort of rubbed off on Beckham Paul and other great sophomore players here at McMurry, so that way they can sort of have the culture stay the same for the McMurry team. That pitch misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. And that pitch misses. So 3 straight balls by Jack Grames.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier he's probably going to be throwing for a while because there's really only one way if you're a TLU starting pitcher that you get taken out, and that's just because you're not being effective anymore. It's not because you threw 100 pitches. We know that.
I think you just sort of have to talk to him and tell him, you have the lead right now. Just you can pitch to your fielders.
And there may be a confidence in, like, hey, as long as I get outs, I'm not getting pulled. Like, I know I'm staying in this game as long as I can.
That pitch misses. So 4-pitch walk to Beckham Paul. And Tatum Black steps up to the plate. 2 runners on now for McMurray as Buski advances to second.
You wonder if part of the conversation in between games with Josh Lee and his offense in particular was like, hey, we need to get back to being ourselves. And ourselves are a very patient team. Even if we don't have the names we had last year that got us as far as we did, we grind out at bats and work walks.
That pitch is inside, and Black showed bunt.
They may have called that a foul ball. Yeah.
Fouls it on the right side, so that will be a foul ball, a strike on Black. I'm sure Grames is happy to have that. He sets. Here's the 1 strike pitch. And that one bunted right in front of the plate. And he will reach. Cole Cravens came out of his crouch, didn't really have a play anywhere. And now the bases are loaded, full of Warhawks.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a taste of their own medicine there after what they did to McMurray in the 6th inning. It's only fair that the Warhawks are able to get down a good bunt and reach.
Absolutely. So Tatum Black bunts for a base hit. That's going to bring up Colin Bruning. This is exactly who McMurray wants up in this situation. That pitch called strike 1. Buski at third, Paul at second, and Black at first. The second offering misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Colin Bruning.
I mean, you're dealing with a guy who hit 378 last year. I mean, this is exactly who you want in this situation. I mean, you said it. Bases loaded to at least tie the game.
That pitch swung on and popped up on the infield. First baseman Peavy calls for it. Settles underneath it, and that's the first out of the inning. So exactly what Grames wanted there.
Yeah, we may have jinxed that one. that might be on us.
That's going to bring up Scout Smith. He's the 3rd baseman for McMurray. He walked in his first plate appearance. Bases are still loaded. 1 away. First pitch. Off-speed pitch misses outside. Big bending curveball.
We've seen a lot of breaking stuff from Grames, especially on the outside part of the plate. Probably what McMurray needs to do is just let that ball travel and hit it the other way.
That pitch catches the strike zone. 1 ball and 1 strike to Smith.
And we can probably do, as he goes and sees these guys again, and pair that with a nice inside fastball, catch him a little bit late.
And that pitch swung on and missed. Almost the exact same pitch 2 times in a row, and it's working for Grames. It's a 1-2 count. He's going for the strikeout here. Grames fires. And he got him swinging. Jack Grames comes back with a fastball and gets the second out of the inning. And that's going to bring up Noah Solis.
I was going to say, that was the fastball, exactly what we were talking about. Looked like maybe more to the outside part of the plate than either he wanted it or I would have anticipated it to be. but you had them thinking about that curveball on the outside, and you bring the fastball.
Yeah, great job swinging the first pitch, chopped down the left field side to the third baseman, and that's going to score a run. Third baseman Elizondo couldn't come up with it, and the runner comes home from third. Everybody was moving on the play. They're going to charge an error, E5, to Elizondo.
Yeah, and this is the difference, at least for me, calling Trinity games who play on turf, is that the bounces are all very expected and predictable. The fielders know exactly what they're doing. Here, there's all sorts of bumps and grooves. You don't really know what's coming. I think we've seen that a lot today with both of these defenses.
Here's the DH Kanchev. He takes the first pitch from Grames for a strike. Grames hoping to only limit the one run. And that pitch is in there for a strike. 2 strikes now on Kanchev. Jack Grames hopefully working out of this inning. The payoff misses outside. Just outside.
Yeah, there it is again. We were talking about that earlier. I don't know. He might see it the same way as the other guy.
And the 1-1. That's fouled back, so that'll be strike 2. Kanchev waits. Luis Kanchev came into the game batting .400. And he swings at that offering and lifts it into foul territory near the first base side. Peavy's underneath it. He's got 2 of the 3 outs in the inning. But McMurray cuts the lead to 1. It's 2-1 TLU.
As an MAT student, you are an athletic trainer, and I think that's something really cool that we get to experience.
We're pretty hands-on. Anything that like our preceptor asks us to do, like we're able to do. Going out to practices and traveling to games.
We're doing evals, looking at them, helping them with their rehab protocols.
For me personally, I do a lot of hands-on where I'm speaking with the patients about how they feel, and so I feel like it's a lot of one-on-one interactions.
Knowing that I'm going to go into the clinic every day and I don't know who's going to walk through the door and what their problem's going to be, and that I get to be the one that tells them hey, this is what's wrong, but I can also help you, so here's a solution.
We're back at Cat Isbell Field on the campus of Texas Lutheran University as TLU leads 2-1. 3 hits apiece for each team. And we're back to the top of the lineup as Chase Bourgois comes in, swinging at the first pitch, and that's going to be down the right field line. Fair ball. Bourgois holds it first, and that's a leadoff single for Chase Bourgois. What a piece of hitting there.
Yeah, just going the other way, and that's kind of the theme of the day, is just put the ball in play, I mean, these defenses have been kind of off and on all day, and I think just the fewer times you're striking out, the more opportunity you're going to have to win this game, I think.
Bourgois 1 for 2 now. Elizondo swings at the first pitch and goes the other way with it. Hits it in between the second baseman and first baseman, and that's a single for Elizondo.
Yeah, they seem to have figured something out. Something to watch out is that this is the second time through, and you've already seen this guy once. Maybe you've been talking in the dugout about maybe what the approach should be here, and it seems like waiting for a certain pitch and hitting it the other way is what they're doing.
Back-to-back base hits for the Bulldogs, and now Caleb Small steps in. He had a triple in his first at-bat. Small waits. The first pitch, he squares to bunt and fouls it, pops it foul. And that will drop out of play, so 1 strike on Small.
All right, so maybe the insanity bunt run is over for TLU.
He's playing small ball.
Yeah, you could say that. He is. But these last couple haven't worked out as well. We'll see if they can get back to the crisp form that they had in that 6th inning in particular.
1 strike offering from Durst is in the dirt. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Caleb Small. Battle of left-handers. Braden Durst for McMurray. And Jack Grames for TLU. The 1-1 pitch to Small. He squares again, but that one is fouled once more. So 2 strikes now on Caleb Small.
Yeah, now bunting probably out of the question, but that might be a good thing. I know that the consensus is that when you have first and second, nobody out, bunt, get him over. But this guy's hitting third in your lineup for a reason. Let's let him swing the bat.
Seemed a little frustrated with himself not being able to get that one down in fair territory. The 1-2 offering from Durst is in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Caleb Small. Durst climbs back onto the hill, looks at his shortstop, Solis. Brings his glove up and kicks and fires the 2-2. Misses outside. Full count now to Caleb Small.
Now, the one thing I will point out is that when McMurray had to make the catching change, TLU ran on the first pitch. So we'll see how confident they are putting runners in motion in this situation, if that's something they want to do.
Small waits. Here's the full count offering. And that misses outside. The bases are loaded, full of Bulldogs. Caleb Small takes the walk. And now that prompts a visit from head coach Josh Lee.
This is not what McMurray was hoping for coming out of the inning. I mean, you just got the run back. It was a pretty rough start going down 2-0 right away. Able to claw back into this game a little bit by getting the first run. I know it's still early, but you're really hoping to sustain that momentum with a nice 1-2-3 inning. Not happening here. Hopefully for them, they can get out of it.
Absolutely, and it still is just a 1-run game. Infield convening on the mound. Josh Lee trying to talk to his young pitcher and settle him down. I know McMurray really wants to win this one, especially after losing the first game.
Yeah, starting 0-2 in conference play, definitely not something you want. Obviously, baseball is a long season. It's not the same as, losing your first 2 conference games in football, right? But still, you want to win every game you can, and this was a series that they won last year against TLU, and there's kind of a void at the top of this conference without Trinity in it. And, both of these teams, I think, see themselves in the tournament and potentially winning it, and you got to beat the other teams that you're going to see there.
Yeah, it's wide open. So 2 singles and a walk to Small, and that sets up bases loaded for Adam Peavy. First pitch to Peavy is chopped foul. Oof, looks like he fouled it right into his foot, hobbling around, and he goes down.
Ouch.
You just hope here that it's just a jolt of pain. Hopefully nothing structurally. You just hope that Adam Peavy's all right. He is in a lot of pain right now.
Yeah, we're going to step away while they take a look at him.
Monica Sidicic here, and you're watching Old Dog with New Tricks. And this week, we are with the TLU volleyball girls. Yeah.
Prior to the break, Adam Peavy fouled a ball off of his foot, shin area, and went down. But he is now back on his feet and looks like he will continue the at-bat.
He's just struggling to stand on it right now. I mean, he's got to put weight into that. We'll see how this goes.
Gets into his batting stance here. He's 1 for 1 with a single so far today. Came around to score on Braden Sprenzel's RBI double. Second pitch of the at-bat. His off-speed pitch misses low.
I think lost in all of this situation is that the bases are loaded with nobody out right now. This is kind of an important at-bat. We'll see how he comes through.
Absolutely. Base is full of Bulldogs. The pitch called strike 2.
Yeah, and I think that if I'm Durst right now, I'm just going to go after him. I mean, that's saying something considering he is hitting 700, but if he's just a second late in his fundamentals right now, you can probably get something by him.
Yeah, there's so many muscles that go into swinging the bat. That pitch chopped foul.
Yeah, it just doesn't look right now. And it's...
I guess it was a dropped third strike.
Yeah, and he's frustrated. You can see him going to the dugout with... He's obviously in pain. I mean, I was telling people here in the booth, I'd be done. I'm not going back out there after that. That's a very painful experience.
Very tough guy.
Something just didn't look right in that swing.
So a strikeout of Adam Peavy, and there's 2 away now. Bases are still loaded. And Braden Sprenzel, the man who had an RBI double earlier in the game, steps up. First pitch is called a ball. And the RBI double scored Adam Peavy. That was in the first inning. Sprenzel hits that one into left center field. It's the left fielder, Black, who makes the play. And now there's 2 away.
Baseball, just bring in the run. That's
Runner
great.
Comes in to score. So on the play, that was Bourgois. And now it's a 3-1 TLU Bulldog lead.
Now that's just fundamental baseball. That's exactly what you want. Guy on third. Just hit it as far as you can. Get the run in.
So a 3-1 lead, 2 away, and that's going to bring Michael Barrera, runners on first and second. And he goes after the first pitch, hitting it into right field. That will drop foul down the right field side. Runners will have to return to their bases. Barrera returns back to the plate. So Bourgois scored. Elizondo at second. Caleb Small at first. Then Adam Peavy struck out for the first out, and Braden Sprenzel hit a sacrifice fly. Michael Barrera with 1 strike on him. Durst comes home, and that one's fouled down the right field side again.
And I do think it's important that TLU got a run out of this situation, because it's just such a deflating thing when you have the bases loaded and nobody out and you don't get anything. Now, McMurry, if they can get out of this just with one run, is probably still going to be a little empowered after it, but at least you're adding on to your lead when you had a situation score like that.
Yeah, McMurry kind of tells themselves, we're still in this. Our team did what we could and limited them to just one run with the bases loaded. But TLU looking for more.
And honestly, if you're McMurray and you're in that situation, that's what you're telling yourself. Like, okay, we're probably going to give up a run. We just can't let this get blown open. And if they can get out of it here, that's exactly what they did. But if you're TLU, you at least got something out of that situation.
That pitch misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Barrera. Durst lifts, and that pitch misses down low. So an even count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2 offering from Durst. And that one's grounded to the third baseman, and it's misplayed. So the bases are loaded. It's going to be an E5. And that allows Barrera to reach.
I was almost bracing for it when it was hit, just because this is what I was saying earlier. When you have a ball in play with this field, regardless of who it is, this is not to call out any individual defender, you just don't know, because the hops that this field has been giving are just so random, and even a subtle one that maybe we don't notice in a play that, should be made, but it's not easy, and anything can get past anyone tonight.
Credit the error to Scout Smith on McMurray. That pitch in there for a strike. It's Cooper Jen. He walked in his first at-bat. Bases are loaded. Elizondo on second, Small. Elizondo on third, Small on second. And Jen hits that one to the second baseman. It's bobbled, and Jen is safe at first. Ground ball, base hit. And that brings home Elizondo. And it's a 4-1 TLU Bulldogs lead.
Yeah, it looks like the Warhawks just have the error bug right now, and unfortunately I don't think it's anything Tylenol can fix. But
and they're going to give Jen a hit on that.
Sometimes mistakes are just contagious, and it can snowball a little bit. McMurray just needs to find a way to slow that down right now.
Cole Craven steps up to the plate. He swings at the first pitch and misses. 1 strike on the TLU backstop. Small at third. Barrera at second. And Jen at first. Cravens. Cuts on and misses. 2 strikes now on the catcher for TLU. Still allowing 2 runs. I mean, still have to feel good if Durst is able to get out of this inning if you're McMurray. That pitch misses down low.
Yeah, I'd say so. We're still probably in a similar range as we were earlier with 1 run. I mean, it sucks because it's a lot of controllable things that led to the 2 runs, right? Because it's the 2 errors that have obviously put them in this situation. But again, as long as the game is not blown open, you have to feel like this is somewhat of a win.
The 1-2 pitch fouled.
But again, we're still 1 swing away from this game being blown open. Base hit's going to score 2. With how big this ballpark is, it could score 3. You just don't know.
TLU certainly hopes so. Craven steps back in. 1-2 count. Durst sets, lifts and fires. And that's chopped foul. A lot of long at-bats for TLU. I mean, they're certainly making Braden Durst work.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. I mean, especially the context of this being a doubleheader where, yes, you're not throwing in game 1, but you're still active throughout the day. like you still had a long baseball day, even if you're just sitting there. I mean, that's just got to wear on you, especially in game 2.
That pitch in the dirt, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And this is just an inning for McMurray that just won't end, it feels like. Not going away.
Mm-hmm.
They would love it to.
TLU hoping to extend it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Cravens. He hits that one into left center field, and that's going to get down and roll to the fence. 1 run is in. 2 runners are in. They're sending the 3rd runner around, and he will score. Cole Cravens with the bases clearing triple, bringing the Bulldogs home. It is 7-1 TLU.
And you think about the work that went into extending that at-bat as long as it did. The amount of times he took a close pitch or he fouled the ball off. Just the work it took to extend that at-bat to get that hit. And TLU has, at least for now, blown it open. Not over yet, but 7-1's a lot to come back from.
Great at-bats for TLU. So Cravens triple. Scores Cooper Jen, Michael Barrera, and Caleb Small.
And we've got action in the McMurray bullpen now. So that's the other part of this, is that, you know, they didn't have to use their bullpen a lot in game 1, and that was the benefit that both of these teams had with their starters going so long. But the sooner you can dip into that bullpen in this series, the better off you're going to be if you're TLU.
Absolutely. Right-hander for McMurray, firing in the pen and getting warm. Here's the first pitch. Aiden Spires is the batter. He flew out in his first at-bat.
I mean, if you think about a baseball series, a 3-game series, it's truly a game of endurance in terms of the pitching staff. The amount of arms that you can make them throw today will help you tomorrow. And so the sooner you can get into the bullpen in each game, the better off it's going to be, which is why with TLU, who just doesn't pull their starters, it's a pretty big advantage for them when their guys can throw like 130 pitches.
2 balls to Spires. Yeah, definitely. You really see 2 different approaches to pitching with these 2 programs. That pitch is chopped down the third base side. It's going to go foul and out of play. That's the first strike on Spires. It's been a long bottom of the 3rd, but a productive one for the TLU Bulldogs.
Yeah, they've got the crooked number on the board, and McMurray's got a lot of work to do offensively if they're going to want to get back into this thing.
Spires fouls that one back. Actually, catcher couldn't corral it. It was a strike. And Hollis tries to fire on to first. It would have been a strikeout, but drop 3rd strike allows Spires to reach, and that also allows Cravens to come home.
Yeah, and the mistakes just continue right now for McMurray, and that looks like that's going to do it for Dirts.
So that ends the day for Durst. Just an unfortunate series of events. TLU blows the doors off of McMurray here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Let's just recap really quick. We had the sacrifice fly by Braden Sprenzel after Adam Peavy's at bat. And we had the RBI single by Cooper Jen, the 3-run triple by Cole Cravens, and now Aiden Spires reaches on an error and allows Cravens to come home. So a 6-run inning. Braden Durst leaving the game will step aside. It's 8-1 TLU.
Play harder.
And the go-ahead run comes across. Bulldogs on top.
Respect everyone.
Play hard, but play fair.
Cheer for your team, not against the visiting team.
Respect opposing players, coaches, and fans.
This is the SCAC.
as an MAT student, you are an athletic trainer, and I think that's something really cool that we get to experience.
We're pretty hands-on. Anything that like our preceptor asks us to do, like we're able to do. Going out to practices and traveling to games.
We're doing evals, looking at them, helping them with their rehab like protocols.
For me personally, I do a lot of like hands-on where I'm like speaking with the patients about how they feel. And so I feel like it's a lot of like one-on-one interactions.
Knowing that I'm going to go into the clinic every day and I don't know who's going to walk through the door and what their problem's going to be, and that I get to be the one that tells them like, hey, this is what's wrong, but I can also help you, so here's a solution.
From Braden to Brady. Braden Durst goes 2 2/3. Brady Henderson will take over for him on the mound for McMurray. And we're back to the top of the TLU Bulldogs lineup. Chase Bourgois at the plate. Chops that one foul into the TLU dugout. This is Bourgois' second at bat of the inning.
Yeah, that tracks. I mean, they
Believe
scored a lot of
so.
runs.
He's 1 for 2, so looking for his second hit of the inning. And he slices it over near the shortstop, who makes a great play. That was Noah Solis. Reaches up and makes the play, so a line out here ends the third inning. But a 6-run inning for the TLU Bulldogs. It's 8-1. Back at Canisville Field, TLU with an 8-1 lead. And that leaves Jack Grames with a 7-run cushion. He's facing Tanner Hollis here to lead off the top of the fourth. First pitch misses up high. Ball 1.
Now, you got to think about Graham's mindset right now in that, like, when he left, he gave up a run to cut the deficit in half, and now all of a sudden he's up 7 runs. It's like just a completely different game all of a sudden.
It definitely has a lot of... He could make a little bit more comfortable pitches, maybe work on some other pitches. Second pitch misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. It's also going to be really interesting to see how Kyle Palmer approaches this.
I think we know how he's going to approach it. I don't think this changes anything.
That pitch misses outside. 3 balls and no strikes.
In fact, I think this might actually empower him to let him, like, sit through some runs if he's giving him up, just to leave him out there.
Left-hander Grames comes home, and that's the first strike of the inning. 3 balls and 1 strike to Tanner Hollis, the catcher for McMurray. And that pitch, Hollis checked his swing, but that's a strike anyway, so a full count. Graham's looking for the first out of the inning. And Hollis lifts that one to left center field. It's the left-hander Barrera. Left fielder Barrera makes the play. And the first out of the inning.
And that's a pretty underrated big at bat there for Grams, because when you're behind 3-0, you're up 7 runs. Walking a guy is the last thing you should be doing. So to be able to battle back and get an out there is a big deal.
Jeremiah Enriquez steps in, second batter of the inning. First pitch from Graves. He goes after it. That's to right field. Buski underneath it makes the play. 2 away now. So both outfielders on the corners get action. Barrera for the first out. Buski for the second out. And that's going to bring up Caleb Small in right field. Buski's at the plate. So here's Caden Buski. Drops a bunt to the third baseman, Elizondo. He can't come up with it in time. And he reaches on the play. So a bunt single extends the inning. And there's a runner on first for McMurray.
Yeah, there's just been some excellent bunting today. I mean, that might be one of the best things that's been done all day consistently is bunting. And that's not even like knocking everything else. Just that's how good it's been.
Back to the top of the lineup for McMurray, Beckham Paul. First pitch misses inside. It's got to be a little frustrating for Graves, able to get 2 quick outs and then allows the bunt single. But he goes back to work here. Beckham Paul squared around a bunt, fouled it back. It's a 1-1 count now.
I mean, how many times in a doubleheader between 2 games can you say that we've seen more bunt singles than extra base hits? Because that's what we've seen so far today. I think we're at like 5 to like 2 or 3 in that category.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it just goes to show you how many ways baseball games can be won. That pitch misses inside. 2 balls and 1 strike to the McMurray leadoff man. Graves kicks and fires. That one misses up high.
But the extra base hits thing does make a little sense when you consider how much the wind is blowing in, 12 miles an hour directly in, because the ball just hangs up there. Every extra base hit has basically been a line drive right into the gap.
Everything's had to be hit very hard to slice through the wind, too. Because we've seen a couple of outfielders make great running plays, like Michael Barrera in the first inning. So the wind is allowing things to hold up. So you really have to hit it hard. TLU is doing that. That's cut on and missed. 2 strikes now on Beckham Paul. It's a full count. Tatum Black on deck if the inning were to be extended. Buski's on first. And the payoff is swung on and missed. Jack Graves picks up a strikeout to end the inning. And we are headed to the bottom of the 4th. Bulldogs lead 8-1. Matthew Elizondo leads things off in the bottom of the 4th here. Brady Henderson stays on the mound for McMurray. And the right-hander's first pitch is swung on and hit into Shallow left field. Left fielder Black makes the play. 1 pitch and 1 out. Caleb Small steps up to the plate here. Small's 1 for 2. All right, 1 for 1 with a triple. He also walked in his second plate appearance. First pitch from Henderson in there for a strike.
I think one interesting to think about, because we were talking about it, TLU's up 8-1. They score 3 more runs. The run rule could be in effect in SCAC play, which is where we would stop after 7 innings if the margin is 10 or more. And you think about who that would benefit, and TLU probably could just throw their starter the entire time and then save their entire bullpen for tomorrow. So there's actually some incentive to go up by 10 here and end this thing early.
That pitch misses down low, 1 ball and 1 strike. And that pitch catches the strike zone, so 1-2. Yeah, you might have jinxed us there.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. That's a myth. I didn't know if you knew that or not.
Caleb Small waits. The 1-2 pitch from Henderson is chopped to the shortstop. Solis fires on to first base and completes the out. So there's 2 away now, and that's going to bring up Adam Peavy.
Yeah, staying into the game. Finished his last at-bat. It didn't quite look right. I mean, he was obviously in a lot of pain. He might still be in a lot of pain, but he's going to gut it out. He's definitely one of the best players on this team, and they need him.
He's looking smooth and looks like he's feeling all right. Here's the first pitch of his third at-bat.
Yeah, not much of a limp right now, so that's a really good sign for him.
Peavy 1 for 2, had a single in his first at-bat, struck out in the at-bat we were talking about. And 1 ball as he fouls that one away, so a 1-1 count now. Strolls around and steps back into the plate. He gets right back into his batting stance. Right-hander Henderson kicks and fires. Peavy kind of got tied up on that swing. Was able to get a piece of it and foul it away, but it's a 1-2 count.
Now, Peavy, he almost plays kind of like a legacy position here, at least in recent years. So I think TLU first baseman, you think about Tyler Post, who won Conference Player of the Year a couple of years ago. There have been a lot of really good first basemen to come through here.
That pitch misses outside. Yeah, definitely one of the most premier power hitters on the TLU roster. They hope to keep their offense chugging.
Now, that's certainly doing a good job tonight. I mean, we talked about that series against Howard Payne, 8 or more runs in every game. They've reached 8 runs already today.
And that pitch.
That's not what he needed. That's
plunks Peavy. Henderson plunks Peavy right there. And Peavy takes off all of his batting gear and will head to first base.
I mean, he's going to look like a Smurf after today. It's just going to be so black and blue with all his bruises. They're trying to cover him, I swear. He's the leg with the foul ball and then the hit by pitch. I mean, that's just a tough sequence, 2 at-bats in a row like that.
Maybe they're thinking that the pain, if it evens out, it won't hurt.
Maybe, yeah.
Braden Sprenzel steps in. He had a sacrifice fly in his previous at-bat and an RBI double in his first at-bat. So 2 of the 8 TLU Bulldog runs credited to the bat of Braden Sprenzel. Chopped it foul, first pitch, so 1 strike on Sprenzel. Henderson fires, and 2 strikes now. On the TLU DH. Peavy aboard at first. And that pitch hit down the left field side. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Peavy advances to second. And Sprenzel with his second hit of the day.
Yeah, second hit of the game and 2 hits in both games. And 3 of them right in that same wheelhouse. Just kind of a blooper into left field like that. That seems to be his strong suit, is being able to pop the ball the other way right there.
That's exactly what TLU wanted. Extend the inning. Michael Barrera steps up to the plate. He grounded out to the pitcher in his first at-bat and reached on an error in his second at-bat. Swings and fouls that first pitch back. 1 strike on Barrera.
Yeah, and you got to be thinking, if you're McMurray, this is almost a here we go again moment if this inning continues. Because you got the first 2 outs. You're going to get your first clean inning finally. And maybe not so fast, right?
Has to hope that he doesn't get to face Cravens here. That pitch in the dirt. Both runners will advance. A 1-1 count. Runners at third and second. Bulldogs in scoring position. Peavy at third, Sprenzel at second, and Barrera at the plate. The 1-1 offering. Henderson's pitch is low. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, McMurray, really for their own sanity at this point, is going to hope that they can get out of this inning here, because if both of these runs score, that's once again going to be a self-inflicted wound that allowed 2 runners to get into scoring position.
That pitch misses down low. 3 balls and 1 strike to Barrera. A walk here would load the bases with 2 away. The right-hander Henderson sets. And the 3-1 misses away. Bases are loaded. And that's going to bring up Cooper Jen, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI single. Cole, you may remember what happened last time when the bases were loaded with 2 outs.
Yep. I think McMurray fans do too, and hoping for a different outcome in this at-bat.
Cole Cravens, bases clearing triple. Here's the first pitch to Jen. Big swing.
Yeah, he was going for it. He wanted it. I think the big thing is just to stay patient, because even 1 more run is just going to be so big right now. You don't need to get all of them in.
Cooper Jen wanted to make it 12-1. Here's the 1 strike offering. That's fouled to the right side. 2 strikes now on Jen. He'll step out. Henderson will get a new pitch from his backstop. And step back on the mound. Looking in. He sets. Jen waits. And the 2 strike offering. Misses down low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The wind really has not died down from game 1. It's still blowing as hard, if not harder.
That's a good thing, because I know that the smell that's waiting on the other side from the chicken factory. That's.
And that pitch is swung on and dunked into right field, and 1 run will score. Bases continue to be loaded. It's an RBI single for Cooper Jen, his second of the day, and that scores Adam Peavy. It's a 9-1 TLU Bulldogs lead.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. You don't need it all. Just put a ball in play. Go the other way like you've been doing all day. It's a big reason why they're up as much as they are, because they put good, consistent at-bats, and they've done what's called for based on the pitch that's thrown. If they get an outside pitch, just hit it that way.
Cole Cravens hoping to add to it. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it to the right side. Once again, Bulldogs all on the bases. Cravens had the 3-run triple, bases clearing triple, in his previous at-bat. Henderson's second offering misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Nine runs, 9 hits for the Bulldogs. 1 run, 4 hits for the Warhawks. Cravens hits that one the other way, but the first baseman Bruning able to haul it in, and that's a line out, and that will end the inning, but not before the Bulldogs add 1 more run. It's a 9-1 TLU lead. We're headed to the top of the 5th.
Ready?
TLU men's basketball team. And you're watching Old Dog with New Tricks.
Top of the 5th, McMurray, left fielder Tatum Black leads things off. Jack Grames heading to work with an 8-run cushion now. Left-hander's first pitch of the inning. Curveball swung on and missed. He's had that one moving.
Yeah, and he's been working it on the outside part of the plate a lot tonight. And I think McMurray had a stretch where they were patient and they were hitting it the other way, but they lost it a little bit, and I think they just need to get back to that. You're not going to hit 8 straight home runs and tie the game. I mean, that's just not how any of this works. So you got to get as many guys on base as you can and work at it that way.
Second pitch misses down low, 1-1 count. And Black swings and lifts this one into right field. Small makes the catch, and there's one away here in the 5th.
And that one didn't work out the way you wanted, but I think that's the idea. If he's going to throw it on the outside part of the plate like that, that's what you need to do with the ball. He made good contact just a little bit under it.
Colin Bruning now steps up to the plate with one away. Yeah, I mean, that wind blowing out there and blowing in is really helping with the fly balls. Big curveball misses outside, first pitch to Bruning.
And if you're a TLU pitcher, you probably want to pitch at the top of the zone as much as possible, just so that balls get in the air like that. I mean, I have no interest in a ground ball tonight. If the ball's going to get in the air, it's probably going to hang.
Off-speed pitch gets in there for a strike, 1-1 count. And we've seen that a lot. We saw that a lot from McMurray's starting pitcher in Game 1, Poe. That pitch is tattooed by Bruning into left field at the wall, and he makes the play. Barrera out in left field had to go a long ways. 380 out there in left field, and he was right in front of the warning track to make that play for out number 2.
Yeah, Bruning got in. That's a home run at ETBU. Let's just put it that way. Bruning really got into that one. But that's why you want balls in the air, because even if it's good contact like that, it's an out.
Definitely. That first pitch now, as Scout Smith steps up to the plate. First pitch cut on and missed. And that pitch is swung on and hit into right center field. That's going to get down and roll past Small in right field. That's going to be a double for Scout Smith. 2-out double. And McMurray says, we're not done with this inning yet.
Yeah, every batter that follows Scout Smith here needs to do exactly what he just did, because it's exactly what I was saying before. He just let that breaking ball travel, hits it the other way, and goes into the gap right there. That is exactly how McMurray is going to get into this game. That and getting back to patient at-bats where they can draw some walks.
Noah Solis would love to do that as well. 0 for 2 so far today. First pitch in there called strike one. There's 2 away. We're here in the top of the 5th at Cat Isbell Field. Second offering from Grames misses up high. So it levels out the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1. Solis swings at a miss. Comes up empty, and it's a 1-2 count. This has got to be one of the deepest ballparks I've seen.
Division III, it's up there, I would assume. I mean, because I think D3, for a large part of it, is known for how shallow their ballparks are. Particularly, for this state, it's East Texas Baptist, who has an incredibly short left field fence, where if you just hit a fly ball, it's basically a home run. This is kind of the opposite, and I think it's kind of enjoyable.
Graham's previous 2 pitches miss up high. Breaking ball for ball 2. Fastball misses up high for ball 3. So a full count now to Solis. The payoff. And Solis rips that one down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It is a foul ball.
Oh, he just missed this one.
Just to the left of the foul pole down there in left field. And Solis returns to his at-bat with a full count.
Oh, they finally got one. They've been waiting for an inside pitch all night, it feels like, and they finally got what they were looking for. Just missed it down the right where it says 338.
You could see Graham shaking his head. Even though you're up this far, your team's out ahead. You don't want to make any mistakes. That pitch fouled back. Count remains the same.
You know, Solis didn't play in Game 1, but he's shown a lot of good things here in Game 2. Made a couple nice defensive plays at short, nearly had the home run there. He's shown that he can be a reliable player for them.
And McMurray's got to be happy seeing that. Baseball season's very long. Injuries mount. And that's a chopper hit to the second baseman, Jen, who bends down to make a great pick off the ground to throw to the first baseman, Peavy, and that will end the inning. So a double by the McMurray team, but not able to bring any runs across. It is 9-1 TLU. We're headed to the bottom of the 5th.
I chose TLU because I like the one-on-one that I get with my professors.
Being able to talk to all the professors one-on-one, they're definitely helpful in deciding like what I can do with my degree and then how to get into those different fields.
I liked the tour of the campus. Like, I liked seeing how everything was really close together. Our classes now from like first year and second year are all in the lab, so we have our own like space that we can go to for studying.
Well, I chose TLU because I had met some people who were in the program and they told me some good things about it. It's a smaller school, so I feel like I was going to get more of that one-on-one type of learning.
I get to, be more hands-on with patients and more engaged with my preceptors and my professors and my classmates as well.
Bottom of the 5th inning here at Cat Isbell Field. Aiden Spires, Chase Bourgois, and Matthew Elizondo due up for the TLU Bulldogs. Spires steps in. Reached on an error in his last plate appearance. First pitch from Henderson. He squares to bunt. And that's grounded to Henderson. He bobbles it. And Spires able to reach first. That's going to be ruled an error, E1 on Spires. Spires able to reach on Henderson's error. And Chase Bourgois now with one Bulldog on base. Henderson tosses to first.
Yeah, the error's just mounting for McMurry right now. I mean, they've had a couple of misplays in this game. Obviously, the 5 in the game before that, and that's definitely something they're not going to be happy with when they go back to their hotel tonight.
First pitch to Bourgois, in for strike 1. Yeah, definitely something that a team highly ranked in the preseason polls doesn't want to see happen early on in the year in their first conference games. Bourgois lifts a high fly ball to right field. The right fielder, Buski, makes the catch. And Spires will retreat back to first base. So 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th. It's going to bring up Matthew Elizondo, TLU third baseman. Flew out to center field in his previous at-bat. Also singled on the day. Henderson checks the runner at first, Spires. Spires able to get back. Elizondo waits. The first pitch. Chop to the shortstop, who throws across his body over to first, and Elizondo safe.
Oh, that's so close. But either way, Solis just did such a great job on that. I think that's who it is at short, right? Then,
yeah, ranging to his right, throwing across his body over to the first baseman, Bruning, but Elizondo able to beat it out. They're going to give an error to Solis.
On a night where the defense has been a struggle for McMurray across the board, that's a tough error for him to get, but because he did such a good job getting to that ball, just the throw just a little off. He's had a really great night over there tonight.
Wowza. Caleb Small up for his third at-bat. He dinks one into center field. Runner around third. He will score. The wheels on Bourgois. Now in a rundown. Caleb Small gets into a rundown, allows Elizondo to score, and everybody's safe.
Yeah, I got nothing for that one. That's just that's a tough one. And we've talked about the struggles that McMurray's had all night, and this is just pretty much a way to sum up how it's gone.
So Texas Lutheran now with an 11-1 lead over McMurray.
I think the positive thing to take away from the Warhawks is that you know you're better than this. That's the big thing. This is still a team that went to the Super Regionals last season. We know what their ceiling can be. This has been a tough day all the way around, particularly on defense, but the season's young and there's plenty of room to improve, even in this game. If you're going to set a small goal for this game, presuming that it's out of reach, right? You're down 10, maybe you could come back, but most likely not. Just play a clean game the rest of the way, carry that into tomorrow, and salvage a game in this series. I think that needs to be the goal. Looks like they're discussing something still, though.
Yeah, so it's an RBI single for Small, and then he advances to second on an error, and another run comes in to score on the same error.
Yeah, I wonder what Josh Lee's arguing here, because it was kind of a weird sequence where maybe he wonders if like time should have been called or something like that. I don't know why, because I mean they were very clearly in a rundown between first and second base. Very heads-up play. I mean the base running from Texas Lutheran for the most part today has been very good.
Looks like all the umpires will convene and talk about it.
So I wonder if they're going to take one of those runs off the board for whatever reason. I don't know exactly what happened in terms of the sequencing of all of it, but maybe there was a point where the play should have stopped. They're going to talk about it at least. I personally don't see any reason why the play would have stopped if you're in a rundown like that in first and second. I mean, the other people on base can do whatever they want at that point.
Yep. I don't either.
But they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt and talk it over. Josh Lee stated his case, and we'll see how it turns out.
Caleb Small at second. He's still out there, and unless he's told otherwise, he will stay on second base. And it will be Adam Peavy's at bat.
Yep, called safe. So that was the question, was whether he was safe or not. Because all that calamity in the rundown, he managed to get on second base somehow. And the umpires feel that they called that correctly. No way to look at a replay or overturn it.
So the ruling, Caleb Small safe at second. Both runs do score. Credit one run to Small's single. And one run coming home on the error. So Small at second. Adam Peavy steps up to the plate. He was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. Fouls the first pitch away from Henderson. And there's one strike on Peavy.
What a gutsy effort from Adam Peavy tonight to hang in there. I know he hasn't gotten a hit since he came back from his injury. But just to even be in the batter's box and play the field after that. I mean, that's one of the most painful things you can experience in a sport, I think, is unless something is like literally broken in a playing field, having a ball hit off of your bat into your leg at probably around 90 miles per hour.
Yeah, Peavy rips that ball foul. 2 strikes on him. Yeah, especially after the team has taken such a big lead.
I mean, it's just a gutsy effort to still do everything technically correct to swing the bat properly, too.
Peavy swings at a miss at the third offering and goes down swinging. That's the second out of the inning. That's going to bring up Braden Sprenzel, who's had a great game so far today, 2 for 2. Spretzel with a first base and a double. Single and a double. Knocked home 2 of the TLU runs. Here's the first pitch to him in the dirt. Spretzel hoping to extend the inning. Caleb Small still on second base. Henderson sets. It comes home. And that pitch grounded to the second baseman. Enriquez fires on to Bruning. And that will end the inning. So 11-1 lead for TLU. As they tack on 2 more runs, we're headed to the top of the 6th. Jack Graham's back on the hill for his 6th inning of work. Left-hander for the TLU Bulldogs. Face the DH for McMurray. First pitch to him misses outside, curveball. Stayed up high out of the zone. Luis Kanchev is the batter for McMurray. And that pitch misses down low. So 2 balls for Kanchev. And the third pitch also misses outside. 11-1, TLU Bulldogs lead. The 3-0 offering misses down low.
Yeah,
4-pitch walk.
That's what you don't want in this situation if you're Texas Lutheran. If you're a pitcher on the mound with a 10-run lead like this, the last thing you want to do is give a free base away. And that's exactly what happened there with the 4-pitch walk. Just not the way you wanted to start the inning.
Absolutely. 10-run cushion, but want to try to be still as efficient as possible. Get your guys ready for the game tomorrow against McMurray. And the first pitch here to the leadoff. To the second batter of the inning, Tanner Hollis. Misses outside. For a second, I thought it was Beckham Paul.
You think about the opportunity of what TLU has to do here with what their pitching staff and how they manage it, where you have 2 guys in a doubleheader that throw a complete game, and then you still have one of your best pitchers going tomorrow in McGowan. I mean, they could have, and he's thrown 3 complete games, at least he did last year. So you could have 3 pitchers throw 3 complete games if you want to play it like that.
Graves goes 3 straight balls on Tanner Hollis. Yeah, and if it becomes a complementary team where you're playing as high as you are on offense as you do on the pitching side of things, well, then you're a great complete team, and I really like their odds so far this season.
We'll see what's going to happen. There is somebody up in the pen. I mean, you throw 7 straight balls, that's going to be... You're going to have some, at least a discussion about whether the day's almost done or not. But, I mean, we said it earlier. We've seen strikes being thrown after these meetings or directly after them. And we'll see if Grams can find something here to get back into this at-bat.
Yeah, Kyle Palmer is able to tell his pitchers the correct thing in previous meetings, and we'll see. Don't want to have 2 back-to-back leadoff walks. That pitch in there for strike.
Yep, right down the middle, right away. Finding some of that command after that meeting. Just an opportunity to settle down a little bit.
So Coach Palmer batting 1,000 after talking to pitchers and them throwing strikes. Graves tosses over to first base. Runner able to get back.
You could tell that one was more of a mental reset. That was kind of a soft toss over the first base. That's like, I don't feel ready to throw the pitch right now.
Hollis, the McMurray backstop, takes strike 2. He thought it was ball 4. Started jogging over to first base, but it's a full count now.
Yeah, gets the bad news. Now he's going to have to lock back in for a 3-2 pitch.
The umpire said, I'm just the messenger. Oh, wait. Here's the full count. And that's a strikeout. Jack Graves gets Tanner Hollis looking. And that's the first out here in the top of the 6th.
And he was even further down the line that time when he got the news that he was out. That's a tough thing to be a catcher who disagrees with your umpire, because if you're a catcher, you need to be making nice with the umpire because you want calls on the other end.
That is a great point. Graves comes back, gets the strikeout after falling behind 3-0. And his first pitch here to Enriquez is lined to the shortstop. Bourgois, who fields it on a hop, throws it to second base for the force out, and he gets the force out. So Enriquez able to reach on the play, but there's now 2 away.
That was a really nice play at short, and he was aggressive. He decided to go to second base, and when it was happening live, I was not sure if he was going to be able to pull that off or not. But he did.
And a grounder to the pitcher, right back at Graves. He catches it, ranges to his left side, and throws over to first base, and that will end the inning. So a scoreless inning here, and it is an 11-1 TLU lead. Michael Barrera steps in for the Bulldogs. New pitcher for McMurray. It's Johnny Cade. Replaces Brady Henderson. Left-handed pitcher Cade for his first pitch to Barrera. Barrera swings at the first pitch and lines it into left center field. It's the right fielder Buski makes the play. And there's one pitch and one out here in the bottom of the sixth.
Johnny Cade making his second appearance since the Super Regional in Trinity. Remember his name from calling that series. One of the Warhawks that remained and trying to keep that winning attitude going into this year. Experience what that long run was like.
Cooper Jen steps in. First pitch misses down low, ball one. Jen 2 for 2. Had an RBI single. 2 RBI singles and a walk. Jen grounds that one up the middle. Second baseman ranging and firing across his body to get Jen. What a play by Enriquez, Jeremiah Enriquez, the McMurray second baseman.
That was kind of funny because it looked like he stepped on second base just because he could. It's like, I know this isn't a double play, but if it were, I got it.
Just trying to show off the arm strength there. Cole Cravens steps in with 2 away. First pitch bounces in there, ball one. A great play by Jeremiah Enriquez. Went all the way from second base, from his second base position, all the way to the left side of second base. And that's chopped by Cravens to the third baseman, who fires onto first. And that was Scout Smith. Play goes 5-3. And that will end the inning. TLU still leading 11-1. We're headed to the top of the 7th.
As an MAT student, you are an athletic trainer, and I think that's something really cool that we get to experience.
We're pretty hands-on. Anything that our preceptor asks us to do, we're able to do. Going out to practices and traveling to games.
We're doing evals, looking at them, helping them with their rehab protocols.
For me personally, I do a lot of like hands-on where I'm like speaking with the patients about how they feel. And so I feel like it's a lot of like one-on-one interactions.
Knowing that I'm going to go into the clinic every day and I don't know who's going to walk through the door and what their problem's going to be, and that I get to be the one that tells them like, hey, this is what's wrong, but I can also help you, so here's a solution.
Top of the 7th, TLU with an 11-1 lead over McMurry. And if McMurray is not able to score any runs here in the 7th, the game will end early and end in a Bulldogs win. Back to the top of the order. Beckham Paul swings at the first pitch and flies out to the center fielder Aiden Spires, and there's one away here in the top of the 7th.
This is not a great day for McMurray overall, but I will say one thing I learned that maybe will be a bit of a bright side. Don't know what that was.
I think there's a train around here.
Yeah, maybe. But TLU just won a game 23-1 against Pacific Lutheran. And McMurray just played TLU. They took a game from them. They won 12-4. They lost another one 17-6. Overall, the aggregate run differential, not too bad, right? So, you know, as we get more information throughout the year, you can look back on maybe that series and say, hey, TLU is pretty good. And, you know, that can inspire some confidence with how you played in the non-conference, even if today just wasn't your best.
Graham's on the hill. The 1-1 misses up high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Great effort by Jack Graham's today. Curveball misses down low.
Yeah, he's done a really good job establishing that breaking ball on the outside edge, and that's something that McMurray maybe for a little stretch was starting to get the hang of, but throughout the game, they just haven't been able to get a hold of it.
Full count now on Tatum Black as that pitch catches the strike zone. So 2 away from being 5-0 on the season for the TLU Bulldogs. The payoff. Black lines that one into right center field, and that's going to roll but be cut off by a sliding stop by the right fielder, Caleb Small. Great effort there to not let the ball roll to the fence and hold Tatum Black to a single. And now 1 runner on with 1 away here for Colin Bruning. McMurray's first baseman. Bruning stands from the right side. And the first pitch from Graham's is lined into right field. Caleb Small makes the play. Runner retreats to first. And there is 2 away here in the top of the 7th. 1 out separates TLU from claiming their 5th straight victory to open up the year and their 2nd straight in conference play. Here's the first pitch from Graham's, and they go after it. Scout Smith flies out for the final out to center fielder Aiden Spires, and that will end the game. TLU sweeps the doubleheader today versus McMurray, winning 11-1 in the 2nd game. And they are now 2-0 in conference play.
Yeah, just a really, really great day for TLU. And I think that maybe a little bit of a statement day for them as well. Just after not making the conference tournament last year, it had to be very disappointing for them. They lost a tiebreaker for fourth place to get in. That doesn't matter now. I mean, they're trying to stake their claim in the conference for this year, and they just beat a team pretty handily that was a couple wins away from the College World Series.
Absolutely. McMurry University falls to 2-4 on the year, 0-2 in conference play, as TLU found two different ways to win today, really. The bunting and the timely hitting in the first game, despite all the errors happening, and then today cleaned it up, and the offense was lights out. So, two great wins today for TLU. They'll be back at it tomorrow to wrap up the series versus McMurry. On behalf of everybody here, I'm Colton Martinez, working with Cole Isaacson, and we will see you later.